Pledge of Allegiance. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Campbell, let the record reflect that all of the trustees are here. And do you have any correspondence this evening?
Yes, sir, I have two, both liquor permits. The first one is a new permit for Garage Golf Cincinnati LLC. They're doing business as Garage Golf Cincy, 4242 Mount Carmel Tabasco Road, Union Township, Cincinnati, Ohio, 45245. We have no objections from the police department, and the zoning department says they're in proper zoning. Second one is also a new permit, and it is for 983 C-Store Inc., doing business at 983 Ohio Pike, Union Township, Ohio, Cincinnati, 45245. Again, we have no objections, and they are in the correct district. That concludes the correspondence. Thank you.
Great, awesome, thank you. Hey, before we go any further, people if you have any commentary during public discussion, or we're also having a public hearing, please fill out one of these cards. They're in the back, and bring it up when you're ready. Chief Reese, tell us about the Union Township Honor Guard.
Real quick, Mr. Becker, I want to give Mr. McCormick a chance to load that PowerPoint there real quick. You have to start the show, Mark.
Thank you, Mr. Becker. I want to thank the board as well for allowing us to honor the Honor Guard here tonight. These gentlemen and the lady work very hard at what they do, and they're very proud of what they do, so we appreciate the time tonight. Just a couple of facts before we talk about the trip real quick. This comprises most of our Honor Guard. We have 11 members. Unfortunately, 8 were able to make it here tonight. They prepare for about 6 months for their trip to Washington, D.C., which we've been taking every other year to compete in what is Police Week up there, Police Memorial Week, in the Honor Guard competition. This year, there were 11 teams from across the country, most of them from much bigger jurisdictions and police departments than ours that competed. We were very proud to take 5th overall out of those 11 teams in the overall competition. Just a little bit of history with our Honor Guard. Since 2009, which was our inaugural year in Washington, D.C., we have gone up there and competed 7 times. Our best showing up there, again, among pretty stiff competition with very big departments, was 4th back in 2022. And very proud in both 2022 and 2012 to have won the Chief Judge's Award, which is the award that goes to the Honor Guard team that puts together the most moving presentation to the Chief Judges. So we were very proud of that. If you could fast forward to the first slide. I'm sorry, go back to the very first slide there, the candlelight. The first night of the trip is the candlelight ceremony at the Mall of America. I've been up there now 3 times, very, very moving. The first night is where they honor all the officers in the country that have died in the line of duty. Unfortunately, quite a big list this year. As you can see, the candles are all lit, and they ring the bells, and they name every name from across the country of an officer that's lost their life. A very, very moving celebration. I think Sergeant Marshall said it best when he said, you know, we don't go up there to win medals. We don't go up there to win awards. We go up there to honor our brothers in arms that have died in the line of duty. And I think that pretty much says it all. If you could fast forward to the next slide for me. The actual day of the competition, which is the 3rd day we're there, we meet very early. The competition takes place in front of the reflection pool in front of the Capitol building, typically pretty early. There are 3 phases of the competition. The first phase, as you can see in this slide, and if you could fast forward to the next one, is the inspection. All 3 of these phases, the Honor Guard members are graded on, and they are graded in detail. As you can see, the inspector this year, they picked somebody out randomly. They picked one of our team captains, Sergeant Marshall, and they really pick you apart right down to a piece of linen on your outfit, something that they notice. So they're tough graders. That's the first part of the presentation. If you could fast forward to the next one. Second part of the presentation is the presentation, or the performance is the presentation of the colors. This is typically what our honor guard does when they're in town. When they go to events in town, they are presenting the colors. So that is the second part of the competition. If you could fast forward to the next one, please. So the routine performance, very technical routine that these officers do. This compromises most of what they're graded on. I can't tell you how much, and I can't stress to you how much, because I've been there and watched, how much pressure that these members are under when they perform. They put together a very technical routine. The team leaders are the ones that choreograph this. The routine typically consists of throwing guns. And when I say throwing guns, these M1 Garand rifles, which were the old World War II style rifles, are extremely heavy. There's not a lot of room for air. They're throwing guns, they're marching in step, and again, these graders and the people that judge are very, very picky on just how deliberate and perfect your routine can be. I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, gentlemen, that it's 8 minutes you get if you go over it, even by a second. They take points off. My son actually went with me this year. He timed the presentation. It was exactly 8 minutes long, if you can believe that. So that's how well they have this down to perfection. A lot of stress that these members are under. Not only are they competing in front of hundreds of people at the mall, they're competing in front of the command staff, they're competing in front of their peers, and this year they were competing in front of a trustee, or I'm sorry, presenting in front of a trustee. So obviously it can be very nerve-wracking for them. In closing, I would just like to say how proud I am of this group. I can truly say that being an Honor Guard member, they don't get paid anything extra to do this. They actually get compensated hour for hour when they train. In my opinion, it's truly a labor of love. These officers don't do it for the money. The pressure and the stress that goes into it, you can't understate that. And again, I appreciate the board taking the time to recognize them tonight. What I'm really proud of is that oftentimes when people think of Union Township Police Department, they think of the Honor Guard. It's almost synonymous with who we are. And I think the gentlemen, these gentlemen and the lady up here are really establishing a legacy for our department. And for that, I'm extremely grateful and extremely proud of them. So thank you.
All right, very good. Yeah, I watched the video, and I'm like super impressed. I mean, it's just a whole lot of wow. Mr. Lugg, I understand you were there personally. Tell us what your thoughts were on all this.
Yeah, it was I was really grateful to be invited to attend and be able to participate, at least along their side, the candlelit ceremony Monday night and going into the event Tuesday. And I am so impressed by our Honor Guard and what they were able to execute and do and perform and their preparation into it. And if it's something that the board's interested in, if it's something that the Honor Guard's interested in, I mean, I definitely would support them going annually if they're interested and want to do that. And I know there's some logistics with that because there's a lot of pressure and a lot of stress, but they are incredible at what they do. They represent this township extremely well. And for that matter, I view it as the state of Ohio. They're the only team that was from the state of Ohio that was there. So yeah, they're the only team from Ohio that was there, and so that should be recognized. And I think it's bad on us to not give them more recognition where it is due and where the credit is due. And so I want to do any and everything we can to show them that support. Chief Reese mentioned the M1s. They're heavy. They also get kind of props and street cred for having heavy M1s, but at the same rate, if they wanted to pursue having parade rifles that are lighter, I don't want there to be any reason for them not to pursue and do that. So if it's budget authority that someone needs, I'm happy to support it. Yeah, in that picture, you're seeing the gentleman in the Army camouflage. He's actually from the old guard. So the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier, the most pristine, top of the top elite, that are constantly drilling and constantly on display, is inspecting our police department, right? And it's just really really incredible to see them perform. And I'll tell you, gentlemen, watching their 8-minute just flawless execution, it moved me to tears. I mean, it was really powerful, very impressive the way that you honor the fallen and why you're there. And that's, Sergeant Marshall, you say it right, that's why you're there. I also know you guys, without a doubt, can win that event. So I don't think you would be bothered by doing that either. Sometimes that's just the symptom of how hard and how passionately you honor, and you guys have the passion, and I'm very impressed. I would encourage your other board members to get the opportunity, travel with them and see the candlelight visual for this year. If someone will tell me it was 268 or 286 fallen officers, anyone remember exactly?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it was pretty interesting. 68 or so of them were from New York. Just, it's pretty interesting just to see where things are spread. But really, really incredible trip. So, any questions, board members, you have? Thoughts?
Thank you for sharing your insights.
No, thanks. Thanks for letting me elaborate on it. And I just, I'm sure everyone here will applaud them, but I just want to applaud them right now. So.
Mr. Dills, what are your thoughts?
You guys look great. You look sharp. I was on honor flight when I was active duty Air Force, so I know exactly what you guys went through. Every crease has to be perfect. There can be absolutely no strings, no nothing. In the military, we use a term called dress right dress. Everything has to be perfect, in line, and sync. Not only your uniform, but how you march, how you present, everything. You guys look sharp. You look great. Who choreographed your guys' routine?
It'd be Sergeant Bach.
Well done. Well done. I watched the entire video. I was watching it live, and Lieutenant Hines isn't here, but I appreciate him going live for us. And unfortunately, last minute, I couldn't make it. I was planning on being there to cheer you guys on and shake your hands. And but I was watching Lieutenant Hines' live feed of it, and so I watched every bit of it. It was awesome. And so let the record reflect. I am a major proponent, Chief, of sending these guys out every year. If we can make it happen, it's no big deal to fill their manpower. So let's go and make it happen. And so that was a joke. But I told Chief at the police night out banquet, I'm like, let's do it every year. And he's like, it's a logistics issue, and because not only for you folks, but also the folks that have to fill your shifts when you're gone. But I'd like to make it happen if we can make it happen. And let's let the gold standard right here in Union Township, Cincinnati. I love it. And on a sidebar, if it's okay, Sergeant Marshall, Scott, I wanted to say real quick, so I was at the police night out event, great event, and we recognized many of our officers and all the officers in Claremont County. But something Sergeant Marshall did was he was part of the honor guard, presented the colors that night, and then I leaned over to Chief, and I'm like, why is he not at our table? And he's like, oh, he's got to work third shift tonight. And so he dressed the way he dressed that night, went and changed, got in his regular uniform, and went and patrolled that night as well. So just wanted to give a shout out to you and say I appreciate you very much for doing that. And you did it on your own time. I appreciate you very much, and just again, going above and beyond and helping us. So I appreciate you very much.
Yes,
So,
thank you, sir.
But folks, I appreciate you all very much. Thank you for doing that. Thank you for representing. And if you're up for it, I know it's a lot of time and energy outside of hours and things like that, but you have my full support. And if you go next year, which is an off year, you count me in. I will 100% be there, Lord willing. So I'll be there to cheer you on. So absolutely. Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, let's get some photos.
Okay. All right.
Assistant Chief Terrell, tell us about a scholarship recipient, please.
Thank you, Mr. Becker. If it's okay with you, I'd like to have Steve Alford step up
Sure.
and offer the presentation.
Gentlemen, department heads, Mr. Chairperson, I appreciate the time today. Several years ago, the local got together and decided that we wanted to put something together to support the young people of the township that had an interest in public service. We've done it for a number of years. This is the first year that we're bringing forth the winners of our scholarship. So today, kind of keep this short and sweet. These are our scholarship recipients. We have Ms. Kaylee Ronan and Morgan Sturdy. Kaylee is looking to become a teacher, at some point teach elementary school. And Morgan has interest in occupational health with the goal of teaching, or with being employed at Children's Hospital. I brought them along. If you guys wish to ask any questions of them or address them in any way, feel free to go ahead and do so.
Mr. Logue, anything?
Yeah, hey, wonderful, congratulations on the scholarship, but aside from that, really congratulations on pursuing service to your community. I can't understate that enough. So who's going towards Children's Hospital? Okay, and teaching? Okay. Both two critical roles that we need, so you're gonna have tough times in your future, in your career, based off of public service. But I'm looking at you and I see two individuals that have character and a backbone and are leaders. And I'm excited for what your career is gonna bring. And I'm excited more for the lives that you're gonna touch and the people you're gonna influence through your actions. So always look back and reflect on that, please. And yeah, I'm really proud of you. Great work, ladies, great work.
All right, Mr. Dills.
Mr. Alford, how many candidates do we have?
That, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I only get the end product.
Got it, okay.
It varies from year to year,
Okay.
really. Sometimes there's a lot, sometimes there's few. It kind of depends on where our scholarship falls in the search, you
Yeah.
know, the search patterns and the algorithms and things like that, so.
Yeah, well, first off, appreciate the Firefighter Association doing this. Mr. Green, thanks for doing this as well, and appreciate you guys doing that. It's really cool you doing this. Kaylee Morgan, well done. That's awesome. Teacher, is that right? You must have a lot of patience. What grade you teaching?
I want to be a kindergarten teacher.
Get out of here. A
Yeah.
lot of patience. Okay, yeah. A lot more than me. Good for you. What school system? Any idea? Like where at?
No, I'm not sure yet.
Okay.
I like the inner city schools to teach just because I know that they need me the most.
Well said.
So,
That's really neat.
yeah.
Love that. And Morgan or Kaylee?
Cute.
Kaylee, okay, great, appreciate that. And Ms. Morgan, is it Children's Hospital?
Yes.
Well done, okay, cool. What are you doing again there?
We do occupational therapy.
Very cool. I love that. Girls, appreciate you entering. Well done, standing out. Top two candidates, well done. So we applaud you for that. That's awesome. And Firefighter Association Union, appreciate you guys doing that. It's really cool.
Appreciate
Awesome.
it.
Yeah, appreciate you guys.
Yeah, I don't have anything to add. Thank you all for being here. You guys are awesome, and let's do some photos, all right?
You guys hop in the pictures.
Bring your family all up,
Okay, folks, now we're going to do years of service recognition. I understand I got 4 people here, but I understand 2 of them weren't able to make it. Chris Gossel,
Yes.
25 years, not here. And Steve Long, 25 years, not here. Okay, but we do have Stephen Rui. Come on up. 25 years in the fire department. Any thoughts or memories for 25 years? Any stories you want to tell?
Nothing sticks out, but my favorite part is the variety of runs, and then technical runs, like extrications and water rescues, but nothing that really can talk about one specific run.
Which firehouse are you in mostly?
I'm in Station 48 on Ohio Pike.
Okay, that's the one in Withenville, the old one?
Yes, Withenville.
Is that in decent shape, or is it falling down?
It's never, it was built well, so it's not gonna fall down. but
Okay, it's got good
definitely
bones.
the oldest one, and
Well, we did do
Yeah.
some improvements in there, I think, to
Yes.
get it up to standards a little bit better than it was. Awesome. Mr. Legg, anything?
Yeah, speaking of that, we did what the bathroom conditions better, right? With
Yes.
improvements there? Good, good, good. Now, congratulations on hitting 25 years. I think to do 25 years in anything, that's a testament. That's really incredible. We're lucky and fortunate to have you. And yeah, Station 48. So how many years have you been there?
I spent 11 years there a couple years ago, and then I've been there the last 3, so
Okay.
probably half of my career's been at Station 48.
Okay. So you've probably got some interactions with the ghost?
Yes.
A ghost?
Yeah.
Care to elaborate?
It's haunted.
It's an
48
haunted
times.
station. I think it was an old movie theater or something at one time, and there's definitely some doors open and some unique stuff at that station.
Footsteps and,
Yes.
yeah. Well, thank you for being there and making friends with Casper. So, no, we're real fortunate to have you. Thank you, Stephen.
Steve, is that your wife?
Yes.
Yeah,
my
please
wife,
introduce
Jamie.
her, please. Yeah.
You stand up. I've been married to Jamie for 24 years, and she showed up on an hour's notice tonight.
Did you really?
How nice.
Didn't let her know about it until about an hour ago.
I love it. I love it. Thank you for lending us your husband for the past 25 years. Very much. Yeah, I appreciate you. Yeah, absolutely. And then, Lieutenant Terrell, did you have anything you'd like to add at all? Any kind of words?
Yeah, Lieutenant Rui's been with us for 25 years, as already mentioned, but he's been an integral part of our operations for quite some time. A lot of years he's worked with the SCBA maintenance. He's working on updating our ropes and some other technical equipment right now, so he definitely plays a large role for us.
Thank you, thank you. By the way, I said lieutenant, sorry, not assistant chief. Steve, appreciate you, brother. 25 years is a long time. Thank you for being loyal to us very much, and that's greatly, appreciate you very much. Yeah, thank you,
My
sir.
total's been 29, but it's gone fast. I had 4 years.
Total
before I
29
came
years
here-
total?
Before I came here, 4 years. and
Get out of here.
it's
Where'd you
gone
come from
fast.
25 years ago?
The west side.
West side. Welcome to the east side, right? Love it. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you very much, Steve. Absolutely.
All right, don't go far. We're going to introduce a couple more people here, and then we're going to get photos, okay? Next is John Cascaden, 20 years in the service department. Come on up. What do you do in the service department?
Oh, I do a little bit of everything. Currently on the park crew, so a lot of grass mowing, trimming, landscape projects, building maintenance, a little bit of everything.
Were you out there today mowing?
Yeah,
Yeah, I might have seen you. I was in, I saw several people mowing in
a
Veterans
little bit
Park
of
today.
Veterans Park today and a little bit of Clipper.
Yeah, I visited both of them. Great. Any stories to tell, or?
Oh, there's plenty of stories out there. I don't know if I want to tell them in a public setting, but we have a lot of fun in service parks.
Anything about Mr. Taylor you want to?
Oh, plenty, but he probably wouldn't.
All right.
Nothing incriminating.
Mr. Lowe, got anything?
I think the first thing when you ask that question is what's he doing in the service department for 20 years? My answer as he's walking up is not aging. You look like you're about 20, 22 years old.
Oh, I
So,
appreciate that. The joints feel a little older.
well, I'm sorry to hear that, but I know that comes with the territory. So, anyway, you guys have been doing incredible work for us, and I really appreciate that. So,
Appreciate you saying that.
if you like the newer boom mower and the newer equipment, the new plow truck, dump truck. But, you know, I can really see such a impactful change, specifically talking about Klepper Park and the work that's been done there too. I tongue-in-cheek made a comment to Mr. Taylor the other night, kind of the beginning of summer, because I said, we got a big problem at Klepper Park, you know, and I just like left it real hanging on climax there, and the problem was, we don't have enough parking, and I've never seen that be an issue at Klepper Park. Every parking lot had cars in it, and they were pretty much all full. I've never seen that until the changes here recently, what you guys have done to cut the underbrush, make it just feel much more open, beautiful, safe, and the enhancements, improvements that you've been doing. So just keep it up, and it's awesome having great people in the community, serving the community. So thanks, John.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Mr. Dills?
John, this is the first time I've seen you outside the weight room, buddy.
I do get out occasionally.
I know it. You been in there a while? You're a little soft.
I'm taking a break. I'm on hiatus.
Is that your wife back there?
No, my family is at a softball game today.
I
Way
don't
up
know
in
if y'all know
West
this, John's wife works in our dispatch office as well, and so it's pretty cool. But 20 years, long time. Appreciate you, brother, very much,
It
yeah.
has flown by, I can
You're-
tell you that. I
you're
can't
good
believe
people.
It's
We've had
been
some-
20 years already.
Yeah,
It seems like I just started a few years ago.
We've had a lot of good conversations in the gym, and appreciate you very much, brother. Mr. Taylor, do you have anything you wanted to add at all? 20 years employee?
John, John has been a great employee. He won't tell you this, but I guess the common joke or theme is he's always said he's the best grass cutter that we have.
Is that true? That true?
People say that about me.
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
No, John's done a great job. He's doing some more things to try and do some career advancement, which I've tried to help him along the way and encourage him, and he has been a great employee. So I truly appreciate and value all of his efforts.
Love that. Thank you, John. Appreciate you, brother, very much.
All right, very good. Yeah, don't go far. We're going to introduce one more person, and we're going to get photos of the three of you. So, Mr. Wright, tell us about the planning and zoning new hire, Blake Woodruff.
So, thank you, Mr. Becker. So we have a new hire this evening. This is for the position of Planner 1 at a rate of $28.85 per hour. Mr. Woodruff comes to us with a master's degree in planning. Mr. McCormick, you have a little bit more about his background that you'd like to share?
Is he here?
Yes.
He is here.
Come on up to the podium.
So this is Blake Woodruff. He actually hails from the Union Township area and has family who still lives in the township. He recently graduated from UC, the College of Design, Architecture, Art, and Planning. Has a Bachelor of Urban Planning and a Master of Community Planning. Maintained a position on the Dean's List throughout his academic career, and was also a member of the NSCS, the National Society of Collegiate Scholars Honor Society. He has published work and holds 2 certificates in permaculture design and urban design and development. He's previously worked with the Cuyahoga County Planning Commission and Hamilton Township Economic Development and Planning, and has also worked as a teaching assistant at UC's School of Planning, and is looking forward to bringing his knowledge and involvement to the township, and knows quite a bit about the township, being from around the area, seeing how things have grown over the years, and met with him here yesterday for lunch, and he's very much looking forward to getting started, which we hope will be tomorrow.
Very good. All right, so have you lived here all your life?
Pretty much, yeah.
In Township, where'd you go to high school?
What was that?
Where did you go to high school?
I was homeschooled for a bit, and then Milford, and then UC Claremont. I did a college credit plus through UC Claremont, so very much in Union Township.
Oh, very good. How many years did you homeschool?
It depends. So, elementary school for that whole time, and then kind of quasi homeschooled through junior high and high school, but really at a private school for public.
Which one? PEP?
PEP was one of them.
Yeah.
And then terrible acronym, HELP was another one.
I don't remember that
So,
one.
yeah.
Yeah, my wife homeschooled our daughter. It went very, very, very well.
Mm-hmm.
And, yeah, I'm a strong believer in that, so that scores us some points here. All
Thank
right,
you.
very good. Mr. Logan?
Yeah, Blake, wow. Local, scholar, published, certificated, teacher. That's really incredible, young man.
Thank you.
Really incredible. We are fortunate to have you. And I want you to be standing back up here in 25 years, okay? So, like,
Sounds great.
that's a goal, all right? Let's do it. No, it's exciting, very exciting to see what you're going to bring to the township here. So, welcome. Looking forward to it. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Dills?
Blake, you got your family here?
Yes, I
Yeah,
do.
yeah, introduce them, please, for me.
In the black dress, that's my wife, and then my two parents next to her, and then my brother, and then my sister-in-law and my nephew. I think they're out in the lobby.
Love it, love it, love it. Quite the resume, and I'll tell you what, you're surrounded here by good people, Mr. McCormick, Miss Ayer, Mr. Wright, and here in the administrative office, you're gonna kill it. You're, good people around you, and I'm excited for you to be here. You're homegrown here in UT, so we want to keep you here, and I think you're gonna like it. But welcome to the team, brother. Absolutely, yes, sir.
All right, very good. Mr. Logue, how would you like to make a motion to hire Blake Woodruff for the position of Planner 1 at a rate of $28.85 per hour with an effective date of June 12th, 2024?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion?
Yes, sir.
Nothing.
Good.
All right, sounds good. Roll call, please, Mr. Campbell.
Mr. Logan,
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Congratulations.
Good, congratulations. Nice job, Blake.
That's right. Welcome to the team.
Knock you over.
Welcome, Blake. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Welcome aboard, Blake. Good to do a photo op.
Congratulations.
Let's do a photo op. Blake, come on back.
Got some experience in that. That's just kind of fat. Sounds like a great guy. Great credentials. Push the cylinder down, time process. When I used to sit down there, somebody would mess with my chair, lower it all the way. Somebody did.
Okay, folks, it's time for public comments. Anybody fill any of these cards? Or it's not too late. The first card I have is from John McGraw. Mr. McGraw, come on up. You know the drill. Name, address for the record, please.
Yes, John McGraw, 4604 Blainfield Court, Union Township.
You have the floor.
Thank you. Just got a couple quick comments, then a question. First, just real quick, Greensbury Court needs some pothole repairs. It's in kind of bad shape, so we could put that on the list to be looked at. That'd be great. Just want to mention a former Union Township employee, Jason Keith, who used to be in the planning department. I just want to give him a shout out because he just graduated from UC in the ROTC program.
Awesome.
He's now a lieutenant in the Army, and he's going to be a combat engineer. So, former employee of Union Township, he's really excelled, and just want to give him a shout out for doing such a great job.
Oh, that's
And-
awesome. My son-in-law went through ROTC, he's a captain now, and he just transferred to Fort, well, it used to be called Fort Bragg, now it's Fort Liberty.
Yes. And those name changes. Then my question, real quick, is as a former trustee, we applied for some grant money and got some, and this is for a sidewalk project that was near the high school, and that project was completed, but I know towards the end of my term, we were applying for further money, and I thought a year or so ago that it was mentioned that the project was approved and would be moving forward. So I was just wondering if that's still true, and is that project moving forward for more sidewalks?
Mr. Wright?
Sure. So we had applied originally we applied for safety funding. I think it was a safety program through ODOT. It was a couple $100,000. Unfortunately, there were a ton of demand that outstripped supply, so we did not get the $200,000. But we were able to pivot with the designs that we had and applied for basically STBG money through OKI and got considerably more money, I think more than $700,000. And so the way the OKI programs that is it's 3 years out. So we are actively working with the engineer on the consultant. There was, when it got scoped originally, there was they have to amend the scope. So we're waiting on the final cost. I actually had an email with the county engineer, was it yesterday? I think it was yesterday or today, something like that, about, where are we on the scope so we can get the firm under contract that they had scoped with that, with some other improvements that they also applied for on kind of Bach Buxton in that area. So it's hopefully we'll have that consultant contract, signed up with the TID soon. And we actually had what they call an ODOT scoping meeting, probably 50 people on a Zoom call going through, everybody's got their little checklist, who's responsible for what. So it is moving forward. I think it was at fiscal year 26, is that what it is, 26? So the fiscal years run basically July to June. So we could see it, if they get the design as early as summer of 25, but realistically, probably, early 26 is when you'll see it. And it was a pretty significant project, so.
Yeah, well, great. Thanks for the update. I'm glad it's moving forward. I'm glad you got all the information on it. So it's hard to believe it takes that long, but I guess it does. So we'll just be patient. So
The wheels of government grind slowly.
it does. Thanks for the update.
Good to see you, Joe. Thank you, Mr. McGraw.
Thank you.
Mel, come on up.
I've got a couple of notes on here, so.
Yeah, that's fine. Hang on to it and give it to us after you're done. Name and address for the record, please.
Melvin DeWitt, 3902 Banks Road, Union Township, Claremont County, Ohio.
Go ahead, you have the floor.
Okay. First of all, as far as the 48 station, there was no ghost there when I was there for over 20 years. And I believe it was a Knights of Columbus Hall prior to the fire department doing it. As far as the honor guard is concerned, Chief, you are very proud of them, I know, and so are we. Chief, or Logue, why didn't you ask us to salute them rather than just applaud? Because they need it. They need that salute. They deserve it. I only learned to march, and that was difficult enough. Okay. 2, or 3, rather. The farmer's market, whoever was responsible for putting that together this year and their assistants did a great job over what my wife and I have seen in the past couple of years. There was a lot of vendors there, and that was great. So they need to be thanked and applauded. Finally, thank you to Corey Wright for giving the Union Township Citizen Police Academy alumni a good briefing. He did a good briefing for us, and we appreciated his attendance in that. Thank you.
Awesome.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mel.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. DeWitt.
Yeah, Mel, I
Thank you.
crossed paths with you as you and Jude were walking out. My family was walking in. Couldn't get over to you in time, but I was so, I'm gonna share some comments later tonight about the farmer's market, but Miss Lisa R. right there, she is executing the vision that we've laid out, and I'll talk more on that in a minute, but you've seen it, so just the beginning. It's great. It's phenomenal. Yeah, off to a great start.
Anybody else for public comment? Seeing none, let's move on to the department reports. Assistant Chief Terrell, tell us what's going on in the fire department.
Thank you, Mr. Becker. For the month of May, there were 156 calls for service and fire calls, 554 emergency medical responses that resulted in 499 patient contacts and 393 hospital transports. Personnel completed 1,383 hours of training. There were 18 public education details, 9.5 hours of EMT medic ride time, 181 life safety inspections, and 8 inspections with the building department. That concludes my report.
Great, thank you very much. Mr. Logan, any questions, comments, anything?
No, just thank you, Assistant Chief, appreciate it.
Mr. Dills?
Yeah, I was walking out of the gym on, is it Sunday? Sunday. And I see across the trees a big billow of smoke, and I'm like, is that in Union Township? Is that in Anderson? And then I call Assistant Chief over here, and he's like, yeah, it's at Little Miami Brewery. And I'm like, okay, get off the phone. And so he heads over there, and I head over there, and man, we were on that quick. Your guys were on that so quick, and they did a great job. Very proud of them. And then obviously Anderson Township assisted with that, putting that fire out as well. Just did an excellent job. And here's Assistant Chief, you're off, and yet you were there. You were there before I was, and I was pretty close. So appreciate you being there for your team, for your people. That was just awesome, and we did a great job putting that fire out. Those fires like that don't happen very often, and when they do, man, we do a great job. So it was just excellent to see your team. Well done. So yeah, I just wanted to applaud you for that. Good job. Thank you, sir.
All right, awesome. Chief Reese, tell us what's going on with the police department.
Thank you, Mr. Becker. In the area of communications, in the month of May, our communications center handled 5,146 calls for service for police, fire, and EMS, and 5,356 total calls. They processed 503 juvenile and adult court-related documents for the courts, delivered 76 court notices requiring officers' personal appearance in court, processed 24 Rule 16s for the prosecutor's office, issued 1 vendor permit, handled 159 records requests, and redacted 31 body camera videos. In the area of public affairs and crime prevention, officers conducted 4 public relations events in the month of May that included as we mentioned earlier, the National Honor Guard competition by our Honor Guard up in Washington, D.C., the Claremont County Law Enforcement Banquet, which our Honor Guard performed at, as well as a Memorial Day service at Veterans Park and the Memorial Day Parade at Willowville Elementary. We also hosted 6 citizen riders. In the area of operations, our patrol division took 288 incident reports, 123 crash reports, made 622 traffic stops, issued 66 citations, wrote 512 warnings, made 136 criminal arrests, 68 traffic arrests, and served 24 warrants. In the area of training, our officers attended 152 hours of training in the month of May. And that concludes my report, sir.
Mr. Logue, anything?
No, thank you, Chief, appreciate it. Great presentation earlier.
Mr. Dills?
Yeah, Chief, I was at the Memorial Day celebration, and your guys did a great job presenting the flag, presenting the colors there. Excellent job. And same thing, they're out there with the fire as well, blocking off traffic, did a great job. And so just appreciate your team very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Got 3 items. So you said, if I heard you right, you had 6 citizen writers. So are these citizen writers, these people from the police academy? Citizens Police Academy graduates?
We have 2 requirements if you want to ride. You have to either be in an accredited police academy, so you're a cadet, or you have to be a graduate of our Citizen Police Academy.
Okay, great. Another reason for people to sign up for that and go through it.
Absolutely.
Okay, let's see, on the K-9 unit report, the number of what's called vehicle sniffs went from 80 in April and jumped to 397 in May. What's going on there? And 80 was a low month. It had been in, 242 in March.
Yeah, the reason for that big jump, Mr. Becker, what that number represents is our third K-9 officer, which is Officer Seibert, and Naya, his dog. They operate out of the schools in the month of May. And typically, Officer Seibert will do the parking lot as many times as twice a month, where he walks Naya around the student cars, not the faculty cars. And so there's a considerable amount, obviously, of cars over there, students for the school. So that's where you see that big number jump. Unfortunately, Steve stays pretty busy in the school. He's not able to get it out there every month, but that's where that May number comes into play.
Okay, that's fine. How often do they get a positive hit on a car?
More often than we'd like them to, obviously, but I don't think
Does happen.
I don't think it's a crazy number or anything.
Okay,
You're
good.
talking a lot of cars over there, a lot of students.
And the last thing I got for you, I saw a note that, for an event that's coming up called the Junior Police Academy. Tell us what that is and how can people get involved?
So our representation in the Junior Police Academy consists of collaborating with the other departments in the county. The Sheriff's Office sponsors it. Most departments contribute to it. It's one county Junior Police Academy, and that's actually coming up in the first couple weeks of July. Now, this year, we're going to attempt to put on our own Junior Police Academy here at Union Township with the Boys and Girls Club over in Mount Carmel. That's slated to take place the second week in June, Monday through Friday. It's kind of a hybrid of our Citizen Police Academy. We don't shoot, we don't drive. We're obviously talking about young kids. But we're hoping that that's a success this year at the Boys and Girls Club. And if it is, we'll probably expand that to just other juveniles or kids in the township next year.
So it's a little bit of a scaled-down version of the Citizens Police Academy?
Correct.
For obvious reasons. Great.
Correct.
Okay, hey, that's super, thank you. Okay, Mr. Taylor, what's going on with the Service Department?
Thank you, Mr. Becker. In the Cemetery Division, from May 1st through the 31st, 25 burials were performed, generating $15,075. 11 resident graves were purchased, generating $7,700. One non-resident grave was purchased for $1,700, and 3 columbarium niches were purchased for $4,400. The total amount for the period was $32,871. In the Roads Division, 26 work orders were completed on township roads, and work continues on the 2024 resurfacing program. And then, and roadside mowing also continues throughout the township on multiple township roads. And in the Parks Division, flowers were planted and landscape improvements were completed at the Civic Center, as well as some of our various township facilities as well. That concludes my report.
All right, very good. Mr. Logan, anything?
Yeah, hey, Mr. Taylor, I'm sure you already got this, but Greenberry Court, there's a report for potholes. If probably by the end of the week, I'm sure we'll probably be jumping to it, probably even tomorrow. They're probably filled right now, actually. Township road resurfacing program, I'm proud of you guys for executing that. I've seen us go from under $200,000 a year in paving roads and about a mile to doubling that to 3 to 5 miles to now doubling that again to 10 miles, just under 10 miles. And so board members, you too, thank you. I mean, that's local government touching people in the community every single day. You guys are executing it through the coordination with the cooperative buying program. So thank you so much, Mr. Taylor. You guys are definitely making significant impacts in the community. Like I said, you heard my comments on Klepper Park with John, and I'm also just resurfacing and bringing it back up from what Mr. Dills and I had said, I think it was last October, about some of the ARPA funds and some of the funding for Veterans Park. We don't want to have funding be something that is a hurdle or in the way. I know we will pursue grants and be diligent about that, but we're also excited to kind of reinvest in our community there as well. So I'm excited for everything that you're doing. So thanks, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Dills?
Mr. Taylor, I was at Klepper Park on Sunday. My son, he's going into first grade. He's playing tackle football, and we had our first football meet out there to meet the team, and right there at the park, and it was packed. I couldn't believe how packed the playground was. The playground, state-of-the-art, awesome. I know we got to shut it down for a week to redo the turf, the surface there. Just a quick update on that. Can you just let us know for the public how long it's going to be shut down and all that?
should be, because it doesn't look like there's any rain this week, it will be done this week.
Awesome.
Yeah, so they're in the process as we speak.
Great, great. And then pickleball court update?
Yes, as a matter of fact, that was gonna be something I added at the end, but as of noon today, they are finished.
Done.
Done.
It's open.
Yes, it
Ready
is
to rock and
open.
roll.
Yes.
Great.
All right, bye, everyone.
That's great. John, you want to play some pickleball? Roger that. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate the update. That's great news.
The only other thing I had is I was gonna give you a little bit of an update on the road resurfacing, for the board's information.
Please.
I'll be brief and very quick to kind of go off of what Mr. Logan said. So we were attempting to, we were going to pave 9.5 miles of roads. The miles under construction has been completed is about .76 to date. There's the one this is .132 miles on Midland Boulevard, but it's already been paved. The highlights are we have remaining 8.776 miles to go. They've replaced 724 feet of curb, and we have 1,686 feet left. And so in the next week, we hope to have about 9 roads paved, and I'll give the board some more updates as it continues. And then every week we get a weekly update. I pass that on to Mr. Wright as well, kind of keep everybody updated. So, all right, thank you, sir.
All right, yeah, Mr. Taylor, I was touring some of the parks today, or two big ones. Checking out the netting at Veterans Park and looking at what that problem was. Now, I drove over to Klepper Park, as I went to look at the basketball court. While I was there, I thought I would check out the pickleball court, and I was so impressed with what I saw. I mean, it is beautiful. The fencing, the windscreen. It's I was ready to start thinking about taking up pickleball. I mean, it's a beautiful facility. You people did a great job with that. And the dog park also. It looks like it's ready to go. So, the parks have come a long way. So, appreciate it.
Mr. Becker?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
If I may go back on that. Pick up the pickleball. It is multi-generational. So when I played last year down in Florida, I got my clock cleaned several times by someone that was 70 plus, okay? It's multi-generational. It's no joke. So I would like to see that match. You got to do twosomes, I think. I'm not too familiar with one-on-one, but I'd like to see that. Just again, gentlemen, on the parks, and as a compliment to Mr. Taylor and this execution, I am so thrilled you guys are seeing that, the energy inside the parks and it being packed, because, full disclosure, if doing the investments and the improvements to the parks, specifically Klepper Park, if that didn't turn things around to have people actually out there and using it, I would definitely be bringing to you a discussion about we need to start looking at repurposing that land or doing something different with it, right? Because I think it's a logical thing to do for the taxpayer. But no, the community is embracing it, and I mean, it's just been a home run right now. There's only more to go, so it's just awesome. So great work, Mr. Taylor, and thanks for that additional time, Mr. Becker.
Of course. And need equal time? We good? Okay, so it's planning and zoning. Mr. McCormick.
Thank you. For the month of May, as far as inspections, we had 61 inspections, 15 complaints, 6 unfounded complaints, 16 warning citations, noticeably higher from previous months this year. 3 15-day non-compliance letters, 1 30-day violation letter, 14 cases resolved. We had 378 illegal signs removed, 31 violations for the month, and 13 reinspection of violations and 2 nuisances filed last month. As far as permit activity, also uptick in activity, 1 commercial permit, 7 changes of use, 13 signs, 1 temporary sales permit, 9 single-family homes, 1 multifamily dwelling permit that will be for 242 units. And this is for the old high school site in the northwest corner. The 2 additions, 3 decks, 6 accessory structures, and 25 pools, 68 permits for the month with a revenue of $58,076, much higher than the other months. And the May fire department revenue was $900. And I think that this upward trend will probably continue much of the rest of the year. It may not be consistently every month. And that concludes my report.
Very good. Mr. Love, anything?
No, hey, thank you, Mr. Taylor.
Mr. McCormick?
I'm sorry, Mr. McCormick. See, I'm real focused on those parks. Now, Mr. McCormick, thank you. Great work with that. I'm excited to see the added resources that we're bringing to your team with Mr. Blake as well, and excited for these next steps. See the 242 unit. Mr. Wright, correct me. That's part of you and working with the schools on getting that project moving forward,
So
right?
that's part of that, that's part of that campus project. There'll
Yeah.
be more
Good.
on top of that.
Okay.
So,
Okay, good. And Mr. McCormick, right through that section on Glen Estee Withamsville Road, the township owns quite a handful of former single-family zoned lots. I've said a couple words to Mr. Wright about this, but for the board's ears too, I really think that the properties that the township owns there, we have the opportunity to invite more investment there, and what we should do is go ahead and, I think, start looking at plans for preemptively rezoning it to what we want to make it, a PD or whatever it may be, and that way it removes one hurdle for investors and people that want to come into our community to get involved. I kind of view that as a Main Street project, make that a Main Street corridor, make it very cool and vibrant, and we have the opportunity with the lots that we own there to preemptively do some zoning. So I'd say to the planning and zoning department, take a look at it. I visited Montgomery Quarter recently. That was very impressive the way that community was built out to have very nice eating and retail, walkable community area. Because like I've said, in this township, there's areas to be dense and there's areas to not be dense. And that is one of those areas to be dense, and we can kind of create more of a community connectivity. We're already going to have sidewalks going through there to Veterans Park with the OKI funding that came through. So just going to put that out there on your radar, but I want to charge you and the team to take steps towards that. Yeah, so thank you. Over to you, Mr.
So we actually have an applicant that will likely come in to rezone some of the property you're talking about at the July zoning commission meeting.
Okay, great start. We're excited to see it.
Yeah.
Mr. Dills?
Mr. McCormick, good job. Well done. Yeah, thank you, sir.
I got a couple things. So something I've been curious about, I guess I've seen this, I guess at every meeting, just haven't asked. Unfounded complaints. So there were 6 of them in May, so kind of, I guess, what is a typical, or maybe an example, or what do you find with unfounded complaints? What generates the complaint to begin with?
So we receive complaints, typically written complaints from residents. And one example would be, I know we've received complaints about chickens a few times. And we can go out to a property multiple times and never see a chicken. Or we could find that the chickens are not on the property that they were alleged to be. So they can be problematic. The inspector may go out to a site like that a couple of times, but we can't indefinitely keep going out to a property and not finding the issue. So that's one example. There are others where we go out there and someone is alleging that there's something that's happening, and when we go out, it's just not present. I don't think we're gonna go out there and look at a property more than 1 or 2 times until someone complains again. At that point, it just isn't cost effective. Some of the activities, we would probably need help to go out and find the condition. It might only be present certain hours of the day. Hours of the day might be that we're not able to get out there, or even if we get out there, it still may not be present. It's a common enforcement issue.
Okay, anything else? Or any other thoughts? All right, that's fine. I guess the other comment I wanted to make was on the illegal signs removed. It's in the hundreds every month. Current month is 378, it looks like. That's awesome. The company we got doing this, because, every now and then I'll see one and it seems like the next day or 2 days later it's gone. So they're on top of things. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Lisa R., Community Engagement Manager. What is going on?
Hi. I just wanted to recap some media insights within the township and provide a brief overview of some growth going on in our community. Union Township utilizes Facebook as the main social media outlet to get information out to the public. With last year's quarterly recap, we had 4.9 thousand followers. We're up to 5.6 thousand followers in the last 90 days, which is pretty great. As it continues to grow with our increase of post-frequency content interaction has also seen a rise. There was a 15.6% increase last quarter, and this quarter continues to rise at 122%. And content interaction includes reactions, shares, comments, things of that sort. Our social reach remains organic, which means we're not paying for ads or paying to push it in front of people. And that has also increased from 52,000 to 230,000 viewers. The township also has an e-newsletter, and our open and click rates are on the continue to perform above the national average. The e-newsletter contact list continues to grow with over 75 new subscribers. The township's YouTube page has increased subscribers and views. We also have some new local business spotlights coming this summer. And if you're a business listening right now and you want to be highlighted to help showcase what Union Township offers, please reach out to the township, give us a call. In general, we have a lot of events going on. The spring events included the first family movie night and the second annual catch and release fishing event. That's a mouthful. The movie night featured Trolls Band Together, and we had Claremont County Library, the Union Township branch, come out and do a craft with the kids. I think they had over 150 crafts made. We also had Kona Ice offered. We had about 150 people show up to watch the movie in the park, which was triple the participation from last year, so we're looking to host another one in the fall. The second annual Family Catch and Release Fishing event continues to grow and be a success for the township. We had over 115 participants taking part this year around Klepper Park Pond. Thank you for clearing that out, Service Department, which tripled the number of teams from the previous year. So big increase. Over half of those participants were Union Township residents, and 73% of the teams heard about the event through our Facebook event, while others received it either word of mouth or through our township website. The first Friday night concert and farmers market kicked off last Friday, June 7th. It was a great turnout, beautiful evening for it too, great weather. The new layout of the farmers market and combining it in two events into one event. So the farmers market goes from 4 to 7. Then we have food trucks coming in around 6:15, 6:30. Those go till 9, and then we have live music starting at 7. So it's from 7 to 9 is the music. So it's a big Friday night event here. We're trying to draw more foot traffic. The layout of it allowed safer foot traffic as well as a bigger diversity of families and friends that were able to come and enjoy it. We received a lot of good feedback, and we have a few improvements to increase the experience for everyone, so we've got those in mind. The next summer concert is this Friday. We invite everyone to come, featuring the Kevin McCoy Band. We also have a family-friendly Madcap puppet performance on Saturday, June 29th at 10:30 a.m. That's also in the amphitheater. It's a puppet comedy show geared towards little kids, youth, families, so we encourage you to come to that as well. I also invite everyone to stay connected on social media and the township website for information about events. We've got a great summer concert series, and we've got a lot of good events lined up.
Okay. So what?
Yeah, I mean, a lot. Gentlemen, seeing Lisa execute the vision that we have put out there and just give her free reins to go and execute and get things done is just really incredible to watch. And I'm really proud of the work that you're doing. And I mean, she gave you all the stats, but farmers market was just packed. We got to add pedestrian crossways now, out here, which is a really cool problem to have for Union Township. It's just like as cool as not having enough parking at, Klepper Park. So And the concert, the amphitheater, I've never seen so many people packed all the way around, sitting on every seat, and even up on the hillside over here, and now thinking like, oh, we probably want to add like maybe a little fence or something on that side of the trees to keep kids from running down into the street, and maybe a couple picnic tables or whatever out there, give people more places to eat, because Right Bites food truck was out there. They had a line that stretched from the corner of the parking lot there to this front door. There was adult beverages from our partners with 50 West and RJ Cinemas. There was beverages from Two Birds, One Stone for healthy refreshments. And then there was Kona Ice for the kids. I mean, and it was just really incredible. And then for the community that was not there too, Mr. Taylor, again, as part of this whole process though, they started clearing the pathway here, and as I walked that, it's beautiful if you walk that. It's got so much awesome potential, and it's already just phenomenal. But it's the pathway of the woods between basically the amphitheater behind us to the parking lot going to Jump Gyms. And I think maybe we can get like the jungle trail or something, or I don't know, come up with something there. But Lisa, you are doing an incredible job, and I feel like from the community's perspective, it's such a strong value having your position in place so you can help us communicate all the positive and great things that are going on that impacts people in their everyday life in this huge community that we are all here to serve. And you get to amplify that message and get it out there in front of people. And so it's vitally important what you're doing, and I thank you so much. And just keep on running. You let us know if you need anything. And it's just very exciting to continue to see this. And I will make a plug here on this. She said organic growth. Organic growth is always great. I'm full board to be able to say, give her an advertising budget. If she wants to add it towards Facebook, or she wants to add it towards YouTube for the short clip films or whatever, let's get it out there in front of more people. Let's get it out there in front of more people and let her operate with it. So I think that it's one of the biggest pieces of service that we can do is to communicate, listen from the community, and communicate to the community. That's what we're here to do. That's service. So thank you for helping us get that job done, Lisa.
Thank you.
Mr. Hills?
Mr. Logan, I'm smiling as you said that because I had it here on my notes, an ad budget. And so, I agree. Hook up with Mr. Wright, and let's. I'm a firm believer when there's a good fire, dump gasoline on it. Let's get it big. So, don't just stop. I think you absolutely, and you could target market specifically Union Township residents with their specific IP address and stuff like that to do Facebook marketing. Absolutely, I think you should do it. I'm full favor of it, and let's get it to 10,000, 20,000. I like it. So, and you're killing it. Mr. Logan, everything, you're killing it. One of the best additions, 2.5 years that I've been here, and you're one of the best additions we've added to the team. You're a rock star. I appreciate you so much. You are so good at your job. So hopefully you know that, and keep doing it. You're killing it. So thank you, Ms. R. Appreciate you.
And just to pile on, I think all I want to say is, you've been a very impressive and valuable member of this team. And, dittos to everything these guys just said. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Wright, give us the administrator report.
Well, thank you, Mr. Becker. So there's, I don't have a whole lot to say because there's already been a whole lot said this evening with regard to all the positive things that our department heads are doing and advancing. Just a couple of high points. The new Outback is open. I know I've seen that on,
Yes.
yeah, that question's been asked at least 537 times in different ways. So that's open, and we're just waiting on the Hilton to open as well. They have signage on the building. They have to go through some branding inspections and things like that, but that is progress. This tells you how quickly the pickleball court was progressing. Mr. Taylor did a great job supervising the team that was over there, finishing that up, and sort of soft opening now, hopefully with a big event to celebrate, that improvement in the future. I'm pleased to announce the summer newsletter hit mailboxes on time and per our established schedule. So that's good. That's another testament to Ms. R. She did a great job putting that together. Roadway resurfacing updates continue to be posted, monitored. We post those to Facebook. Come to the farmer's market. Went to the farmer's market. It was great. I liked the layout. I didn't feel like I was going to get run over. Had plenty of space. It was very good. I encourage everybody to come to that. Just a couple of updates on some technical stuff. We're still working on the Elmont Drive drainage solution thing. The drainage solution project, Matt's gonna be working on trying to get, we have to secure a drainage easement. And we're just waiting on final construction plans and estimates so we can start shopping, put that project out. And then we're also looking at turning radius issue over on Aston and Roney. Great job by the Honor Guard. The phrase that I hear all the time is squared away. Those guys are absolutely squared away. They do a great job. And I am super proud to be, in an organization with guys and gals that, commit a significant portion of their lives and their careers to representing the township. So I think that's incredible, and they should be commended on that. With regard to Champions Way, we're still waiting on the county and the contractor to mobilize. And on the sewer, so we're just waiting on them to do their part. Project is funded, ready to go. The Champions Way sewer, we keep working on easements. I've been working on easements and plats and layouts and all those things. So that work continues. Got a couple of grants that we applied for. Most notably, you'll see an authorizing legislation action this evening for a ODNR wetland program grant to assist the township in decommissioning the Glen Willow Dam. It's 100% grant funding, no local match request. I think it's around $854,000, which will result in reclamation, the stream corridor, kind of reclamation of the stream corridor, significant portion of wetlands to treat water quality, and then some reclamation of a portion of the site, which will be reserved for future development. So it's kind of it's a big project. It's a big request. They've never awarded one. What our environmental consultants, they've never awarded one in the southern part of the state. It's traditionally been geared toward Lake Erie, kind of the Lake Erie region. So I'd love to do a water quality project here, come up with something that's an amenity to the township, and we'll see where that goes. So really just positive movement on all fronts, and that concludes my report.
Very good. Mr. Logan, any thoughts, comments, questions?
Mr. Wright, hey, thank you for just all the hard work that you're doing and pressing things forward. Last month I spoke to the board during closing comments and kind of just brought this forward as far as an idea that I want to see us execute on. And I believe to start anything for the first time, it takes enough heavy lifting to give it early due diligence and some early time. And that would be around the National Day of Prayer in May. And that's a federal day, it's a federal law, and something I'd see that would be really great in this community where we've got so many churches and we've got so many people and lives that we can impact, and that's a way that we can be lined up with federal law and do something here at the local level where we're always making the rubber meet the road. So you let me know what you think you need out of that. I'm happy to support. I think I got a lot of strong positive response from our other board members on that last month when I just brought it up. And with that, I mean, I kind of view it as a way to have a kickoff of you call it the summer, a little early, but something I want to see, a vision that is exciting and good for the community. And if it's actually on Thursday and the kids are in school, like, let's reach out to the schools and say, load up some buses and bring the kids out here, and we can put a whole schedule together. Miss R, that's going to be something coming your way, so we'll chat, I think, a little bit more. You can pick what's on my mind, but I'd like to just kind of get the vision out there for it. I think it'd be something really great for the community. So, board members, thank you for that. So that's all I have for you, Mr. Wright. Just thanks for keeping up the awesome work.
Mr. Dills?
Mr. Wright, I didn't see it on the agenda for the August meeting. Do we need to vote on that, or is that okay?
I did have a note on that, and I apologize.
We can
It was
put
an
that later on
oversight.
you want that later in the agenda, or?
No, I can, yeah, we can just handle it under old business or
Okay.
whatever, but we will need to reschedule the August meeting. I had a note from a prior meeting due to a schedule conflict, so I would suggest, in looking at the calendar, that we would move the August meeting from the current date to August 20th at 6 PM. That's the third Tuesday instead of the second Tuesday.
And then, no, I'll keep it short and simple. You give me a lot of peace of mind being the CEO of the township, so appreciate you very much, sir. Doing great. Just don't kill yourself, because I know you're working hard. So, thank you, Mr. Ray.
Checking my calendar for August 20th. I'm good.
Third Tuesday. Hey, by the way, for the record, so, the reason, well, I'll talk about it in old business, not now. Go ahead, Mr. Chairman.
All right, so let's move on to public hearings. Mr. Wright, let's talk about doors.
Sure. Mr. McCormick, if you'd like to put the picture of the Dora up. So if you recall, on the Dora, there's a very specific process that the board has to follow to create the Dora. Ms. R had a great presentation on that, application complete, all of that. The map is here, so really what we have to do is, the next step is we have to hold a public hearing. We have to notice it appropriately, which we have done. And really what this is not to revisit the content of the application, but just to have the public hearing to open and close that and to listen to comments and feedback in that regard. So not suggesting any changes to the application at this time. The area, as you see it, you can clearly see it there. It's 32 East, Jungle Gyms and the Civic Center. Obviously, I think we measured it's 71 acres. So I obviously believe that we're over 50,000. We have to find a source that says it. I actually found Esri source that says we're over 50,000. So we have to get liquor control to certify that, I guess, or whatever. But right now we get 3 and 320 acres, but we could be up to 6 and 640 acres apiece. So this is really the first foray truly on the east side that you get that. And I think of, you know, the opportunities for the vendors from an economic development perspective. Really, these places function in and of themselves. And I think it's a marketing opportunity, it's an economic development incentive. But just think of the fireworks. Like, the fireworks might be it's a big deal. And the nice thing is we hold ours after the EBN fireworks. So we're the only game in town, and we're the biggest game in town in September. So I think that could be, you know, transformational in that. And really, it's about establishing a bridgehead or a foothold here so that we can continue to grow and incentivize, things as new development comes down the pike, particularly in the Eastgate South area. So with that, I'll be quiet and, we can open the public hearing. So.
Okay, is there anybody who would like to speak on this topic about the doors? Okay, not seeing anybody, we will move on.
So we need so you had a motion to open the public hearing and a motion to close the public hearing.
Need a motion to open the public hearing?
Motion to open, motion to close.
Okay, then, Mr. Logue, I would like a motion
So
to
moved.
open a public hearing to discuss the doors.
Second.
Okay, Mr. Campbell, roll call, please.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Public hearing on the door is now open.
Okay, and I will ask again. Anybody here that would like to testify for or against, or as an interested party for the Dora? Come on up.
Awesome. Yeah.
I need to swear you. Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Leah Esterline, 4346 Cider Mill Drive, Union Township.
You have the floor, go ahead.
Thank you. It's a question. So I'm here because I've never been to this before and I wanted to know what it was like, and I was interested in this. If both sides are going to be part of the Dora, and the concept of Dora is that people are going to be walking and drinking, is there going to be some kind of initiative to make walking to all these different destinations easier?
Mr. Wright, you want to?
Sure, so a
field that
couple
one?
of things. There is a signalized intersection, and we're actually working on, there's a mid-block crosswalk there currently. Mr. Taylor's wrapping up some quotes on some thermoplastic, they call them piano key crosswalks, and they call them RRFBs, which are the rapid flashing beacons, which are activated by pedestrians in order to do that. And you'll see those in other places where they're trying to incentivize that, pedestrian activity. I think what you'll probably see here is the majority of the liquor permits are really concentrated at the Jungle Gyms property. So what you will see probably is, this gives the property owner or the folks there, the ability to organize things like sip and shops. If you go over to Jungle Gyms, what's really cool is if you go stand over at RJ's and you look down, it's almost like they have their own main street there. And so I can see a lot of that engagement and that back and forth and all that. So that's positive. And then also that could migrate up to the Civic Center, particularly for our robust summer concert series and things like that. And we actually are working on a pedestrian path now between there and here that's not up a 45-degree incline. So, just there, but yes, as this grows, there will be additional pedestrian enhancements in that, so.
Great, thank you so much.
How about a shuttle service? That would help, okay? Back and forth.
Ma'am, sometimes would you please fill out a comment card and bring it up here? Thank you. Okay, anybody else like to speak on this topic? Okay, then I motion to close the hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Campbell, roll call, please.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Mr. Becker?
Yes,
Motion carries.
So are we done talking about it then?
I think we are.
Do you want to have a comment
I
on
just
it?
had some questions.
Any board comments?
First,
Yeah, go ahead.
There's some board comments.
Talk about it right now.
Ms. R, or actually, Mr. Ray, Mr. Tripp, how long from this time where you start talking about it to the time it's done and ready to rock and roll? How long is that time? I think I asked that question last time, I just forget.
So there's a timeline in here. So if you look at the nice line graph that Ms. R put together, we are here. So so basically, June 11th, you have the hearing, and then we have so many days to adopt legislation, which puts us at July 9th to approve or disapprove legislation, and then we file that, and it's 30 days after that resolution's in effect. So it'll be in place in August.
So she started in April, August? is when it
Yep,
finishes,
yep.
So 4 months?
It's about a four and a half month process.
And this is a question for Chief as well, Reese. Now, just to play devil's advocate for a moment, if for some reason, I don't think this will be the case, you see downtown Beaufort, you see downtown Loveland, things are fine. But hypothetically, it gets crazy, we want to cut the door off. How do we do that if it goes, for some reason, we don't like it, it's crazy, crime spikes, whatever, fill in the blank, hit and runs, whatever, what happens?
So first of all, the businesses have the ability to either participate or not participate. So the businesses can put stickers that say Dora welcome or not welcome. We had that in Loveland. Some of them wanted to do it, some of them didn't. But the process to amend or repeal a Dora is exactly the same as the process to establish a Dora. It's literally, it's the same process. So we can change the boundaries, we can do this, we can do that.
Okay, perfect. That's all I got. Thank you, sir.
All right, very good. Anything else on doors? Move on.
No, it's a great timeline because it hits and gets us to be in effect before that end of summer fireworks.
Yeah.
And, I've got a bar set high, I think, for what we're able to do on that. So that's awesome. Keep up the great work.
All right, let's move on to old business. There was a request to move the August meeting from the 13th to the 20th. Thank you. Do I have that correct?
For old business? Yes.
Okay. Then, Mr. Lowe, can I have a motion?
Sorry, Mr. McCormick's waving frantically at me.
So I did want to mention, because of that zoning commission case that we're going to have in for a rezone in July, that we'll throw that back another week. I don't know if that's a problem.
No, what they'll do is they'll have to affirmatively consent to delay the public hearing, and that's not uncommon that they could do that.
Okay.
But they'll have to waive that.
Okay.
So.
All right.
All right, are we good? Mr. Lowe, could I have a motion to move the August regular business meeting of the trustees from the 13th to the 20th at 6 p.m.?
So moved.
Second?
Any discussion?
Just to explain very quickly, I have a 2-week annual tour for the Air Force. I'm gone for 2 weeks. I'll miss the August meeting. I think we have a lot of important things to vote on, and I always want to be here present to make sure I vote on those things. So that's why we're moving it back. I'm gone for 2 weeks for the Air Force. So
We
that's it.
appreciate your dedication to the Air Force and serving our nation.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Campbell, roll call, please.
Mr. Logue,
So moved.
No.
Or, I'm sorry, yes, yes, I'm a yes.
Mr. Dills,
Yes.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, consent agenda. So we got 3 items here. And so, Mr. Logue, I would like a motion to approve May 7th minutes, the payments that are prepared by Mr. Campbell, and also the monthly financial report prepared by Mr. Campbell.
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Campbell, roll call, please.
Mr. Logue,
Yes.
Mr. Dills,
Yes.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Mr. Wright, tell us about purchase orders.
Purchase
greater than
orders.
15,000.
So the first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. These are TIF settlement agreements from our first half TIF settlement agreement. The first is the Great Oaks Institute. That's the JVSD settlement for $35,658.09. The second is the West Claremont Local School District for their first half settlement, $1,678,155.83. The third is the Claremont Northeastern School District first half TIF settlement in the amount of $54,342.54. Redwood Living, this is a developer incentive agreement, first half TIF settlement in the amount of $107,046.47. The next one is to Stephen K. Malink for the Malink TIF. This is first half settlement in the amount of $17,218. The next one is Echelon by 360. That's for the Echelon projects. That's a TIF settlement for Phase 1 in the amount of $48,693.56. The next one I have is to the Milford Board of Education. That's a school settlement, school comp, for in the amount of $1,061,344.50. So those are all TIF settlements. Next one I have is retail postage. The prices are going up, so we're buying extra stock before they go up because we make 11%, but then we'll also make a fractional amount on top of that when the prices go up. So it always makes sense whenever there's a price increase, we load up on our postage. That's for the contract postal unit downstairs. That's in the amount of $55,000. Next one is Total Quality Logistics. That's an economic development reimbursement agreement for April in the amount of $31,285.09. Another TIF project, Echelon Phase 2, that is $19,152.86. The next 3 purchase orders are ARPA fund related. The first is to Joseph Frudenberg, that's with Your Court. They were one of 2 vendors that we looked at for the pickleball court renovations. They're both, actually, he worked for the guy that's doing the Klepper one. So they're both first class. And they can get to it this year. This is for pickleball court upgrades at Veterans in the amount of $74,450. That'll be a full crack seal, leveling. They're actually going to take the fixed static net posts out because they're heaving out of the ground. And I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Taylor, we're going to be replacing one of the tennis courts with 4 pickleball courts.
Yes.
So we're going to double the amount of pickleball
Wow.
courts there.
Wow, that's
So,
great.
which is phenomenal. And then, so that's one part. The second one is to No Apologies LLC. That's actually C&D pickleball nets. I don't know why people pick the business names they do, but that's C&D pickleball nets. And these are portable nets in that they sit on the surface. And they have a crossbar across the bottom of them. Pretty high tech. It eliminates that pulling motion, and then it also partially eliminates that pulling motion, and then when those cracks happen, the water and the freeze thaw pumping those posts out of the ground. So we're going to try this with the hopes that we can prolong the surface there without a full resurfacing effort.
That's for 8 of them, right?
That's 8 of them total. Yeah, we're actually getting a discount. What about $3,000 or $4,000 discount to buy a bulk discount on that? That's $20,994.69. We will secure them with a lag into like a concrete anchor once we get them in place, so they're not drug around all over the place. But that's minimal compared to the invasiveness of coring a big block and then putting those net posts in and having the same problem. The next one is Joseph Friedenberg. These are basketball court improvements at Klepper. So a little bit of history around that. I think it was 3 years ago we resurfaced that. And so, that's cooked, all the solvents have cooked off of that. Now would be around the time that you would probably top coat or seal coat that anyway. So we're going to put the sport court, the same surface down that's on the pickleball courts on that. It's essentially prolonging the life of it. There's a little, you got a little bit of reflective cracking going on over there. We'll be able to address those, keep the water out, and prolong that surface. That's, again, that's Your Court LLC, $27,562. The next one is Locality Media LLC for the fire department. That is called the First Due Size Up program. That is a software program that the fire department utilizes for run analysis, looking at locations. It helps them in their operations. I guess it populates the MDCs or whatever that you have in the vehicles as well.
Yes.
So that is for $17,500 for that program. The next one is to Alpha Omega Industries for replacement turnout gear. The replacement turnout gear, like everything else, has a life, has a certification life, so we have to, periodically replace that turnout gear, and that's for $45,000. The next one we have is to Sedgwick's Claim Maintenance. That's for our workers' compensation group rating fee in the amount of $21,215. That's a routine expense that we have in conjunction with the administration of our Bureau of Workers' Compensation, program here at the township. The next one I have is to Eric Rose, that's K.E. Rose, and this is an interesting project. So we have two retired medic units. They're 2012s. They're international 4700s, or 4300s, I'm sorry. So they're 4300s. They have an ambulance medic box chassis on the back of them. We had an interesting idea come from the service department that in lieu of just selling those, they have a need. They have some pretty old, smaller dump trucks, some 350s and 550s. We looked at retrofitting those. So what they'll do is they'll take the boxes off of those, and then they'll weld the cabs, and then they'll put full stainless beds on them. And I think I had talked to Mr. Taylor about electric dump beds, and then salt management systems would be electric as well. Is that correct? So we can do all of that for $38,000 with an existing unit that only has about 66,000 miles on it. So I can basically get a full size. It'll look almost identical to one of our other salt trucks for that, and repurpose that unit for many years to come. So we're going to do the first one, and then we also get the medic box back, which there'll be a later resolution that you'll see this evening about Gov Deals, that we can then post that medic box on Gov Deals and sell that box, because people will do remounts on those boxes. They have, the boxes typically last longer than the actual chassis do. So we have that, and then the next one is related to a grant through, what is it, the Department of Public Safety? Or is it the, Department of Public Safety?
Department of Justice.
Department of Justice grant. This is for flock cameras. These are ALPRs, automated license plate readers. 70% of crime involves a vehicle. You probably have driven by in your travels around the greater Cincinnati area. If you've been to Loving, you've been to Miami Township, you've been pretty much anywhere on the east side. You've driven by one and never seen one. They monitor in the background. They're just looking at plates. They don't even face the drivers. And they literally are looking at vehicle characteristics and plates, looking for warrants. They find missing children this way. It's an incredible system. It was something that we did at the city when I was there and went all in on it, and it was a very powerful tool. So to the chief's credit, they were able to get, was it $48,000?
$49,000.
Yeah, so we got all but 800 of it paid for this year.
We actually are under that. We
We're
got it
under
all
that?
paid for. They
Okay.
reduced the price on it.
So it's all paid for the first year, and this grant opportunity is available each year. It is a 5-year agreement, but at the end of the day, if we don't pay, they just take the cameras back. So we're really year to year, but, I firmly believe in these, and I think that they're an incredible tool. Chief, it's 12 cameras, is that correct?
We're going to get 11 cameras that'll be posted on poles, and then we're going to have 2 mobile cameras.
2 mobiles.
that are battery operated that we can put wherever we want.
And we're looking primarily at the 2 interchanges.
For the 11-hole cameras, we want to put those at the interchanges at 32 and 275 and 125 and 275.
It's where your highest traffic counts are, and those are your gateways into the township. So, so that purchase order, that's a reimbursement, so that's $49,000 for that purchase order. We'll get reimbursed once we get the cameras on order. So that concludes the purchase orders.
That's a federal grant then?
It's a state grant. State grant.
Okay. That would make more sense. Mr. Logan, anything?
Yeah, quick question. The Veterans Park pickleball court upgrades, what's the timeline we anticipate with that? And what's, I'm forgetting right now, either you or Mr. Taylor could probably answer this, on having a pickleball, our pickleball championship grand slam.
So I would recommend that we host the pickleball grand slam at Klepper, at our
Cool.
brand new courts.
Yeah.
And then I would guess that we're probably, once these are authorized and the legislation's authorized, we can get them under contract and get that work scheduled middle of the summer, you think, Matt? Something like that? The goal would be, you want it done before, I would think, September, when the rain, you start to get rainier days, cooler
Okay.
weather. We want it to be warm. That's the biggest thing, is that we've learned that with the coatings, is that warmer temperatures are better. And I think what you've seen at Klepper is you see the vibrancy of that color that just pops. It's because the pavement temperature hasn't dropped below 50 or 60 degrees.
Yeah.
So it would be this year. So we didn't want, obviously, we didn't want to take one down when we only have one until we had the other one back up. So now that, we have the new one operational, we'll be able to plan that accordingly.
Okay, so we think veterans would be able to be open by when, veterans would be open by when?
We'd have to go back and talk to Joe Frydenberg, but I'll certainly give the board an update on that.
And the Grand Slam competition, so I know we had a date set and out there, but it sounds like that's somewhat basically flexible right now based off of these moving pieces. Is that right, or what do we think?
I don't think, was it in July? Is it in July?
I didn't think we had one set.
We don't have it set
We
yet?
had, there was a tentative date that was released, because I communicated that to the champions from last year, and they're bummed because they're like, oh, I'm gonna be out of the country at the time. I'm like, well, don't know what to do. But they want to return and travel back here to compete.
They want to defend their
Yeah, they want,
championship.
they want to defend their pickleball titles, so, and I'm happy to show off our new courts. So, so anyway, in that sense, it sounds like that's something that could flex right now for the date, because obviously we're not pushing, there's initially, I thought like July 22nd or something, and we're obviously not promoting or pushing that right now, so, so I think we got to push it a little later into the summer, and, sounds like that's open. Okay. Thanks for those updates there. I know that you guys will run down the details on when we get that tournament put together. That's awesome. And Chief Reese, thank you so much for pursuing that with Flock Group. I talked with you, I've talked with several officers about the power of having that, and I think that's an element of safety in the community, without a doubt. And so I'm excited to see what that starts to turn up and keeping our communities safer for everybody. So thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Dills?
Good job, Mr. Ray. I just want to confirm in layman's terms, I like everything dumbed down for myself. So these flock traffic controls, I'm very much against traffic cameras. I will always be against them. I believe the right to face your accuser in court. That's not what these are. They just simply run plates, and in the event there's an Amber Alert or warrant or whatever, that's what they're used for. They're not speeding tickets or running a red light ticket, correct?
Correct.
Just making sure that's crystal clear for the record, so. Mr. Becker, the floor is yours, sir.
Yeah, that was a good clarification, thank you. Yeah, a couple of thoughts. So, first off, Mr. Wright, you went down the list of a number of TIFs and a JED that we have on here. So I guess what I want to emphasize for the public is these TIFs and JEDs are a way for the township to generate funds to pay for the services. So if we weren't doing these TIFs and JEDs, that would mean property tax increases, and nobody wants that. So, so these are a good thing to keep the pressure off of property taxes. We don't have a parks levy, we don't have a roads levy. Some townships do, and I'm hoping we don't have to get there. So the more TIFs and JEDs that we do, the better off we all are. So I just wanted to make that clear. The other thing also, I just wanted to compliment you, Mr. Wright, on the, I guess, the detailed explanations you gave on this, or on each of these items, so that the people of the township understand how their money's getting spent. Right. Then in that case, if there's nothing else, I do need, Mr. Logue, I would like to have a motion to approve the purchase orders exceeding $15,000 as described by Mr. Wright.
So moved.
Second?
All right, any additional discussion? No? Mr. Campbell, roll call, please.
Mr. Logue,
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Mr. Wright, contract authorization, we have a memorandum of understanding. What's that all about?
So this is a little bit of a housekeeping issue in relation to the Champions Way sewer extension, the sanitary sewer to serve all that area. So our friends at the Claremont County Water Resources Department, Lyle Bloom in particular, I'd like to give him a lot of credit for working with us from the time that I got back to help us through this. So this is a memorandum that basically says the township and collectively the CIC, it'll be a CIC project because it's economic development. We provide support services here at the township for that. And the Board of Commissioners to help administer this project. So what we'll do, it just outlines what our responsibilities are. We're going to assume financial responsibility, prepare engineering drawings, negotiate easements. They are actually helping us with the easement prep and all that, bids, or shop the project and warranty the project for a year. And then they're going to provide us with construction inspection, which who better than to inspect your project than the agency that's going to take it over, which is great. And we've had, that successful arrangement recently with both the sewer line extension that the TID did along Buxton for the high school site, and then also at Hamilton Safe. Those projects are a little different than this one. We were able to use the TID because they were entirely within public right-of-way. This project actually traverses off right-of-way to get to the sewer. It's the most direct route. But Lyle's office is going to help us with that and accept the maintenance of the project and review the design and help us with the permitting. So this just kind of lays that out. It's a great partnership. It's an example of collaborative government, and I think that that's positive. So appreciate your support in that regard.
Sounds good. Mr. Logue, any thoughts, comments?
No.
Mr. Dills?
Thank you.
No, sir.
All right, then in that case, Mr. Logue, I would like a motion to approve the memorandum of understanding between the Board of Trustees, the Union Township Community Improvement Corporation, and the Claremont County Board of Commissioners, as described by Mr. Wright.
So moved.
Second?
Mr. Campbell, roll call, please.
Mr. Logue,
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Mr. Wright, tell us about Resolution 2024-29, which is granting enterprise zone tax abatement to Solutions Plus. What's that all about?
Sure. So we don't do a lot of I call them easy agreements. They're enterprise zone agreements. Where these enterprise zone agreements have been really effective for us are for smaller businesses and startups, or places where there is existing value and existing project where they're doing an expansion. So Solutions Plus is a small chemical firm. They're off of Buxton. They've been there for a while. They are ready to make a significant, what I would call is a significant investment in their operation, some office space renovations and expansion of that. And so when you look at that, we work with the County Department of Economic Development to kind of advance this, because we approve it and then the county also assists in that, and they administer kind of the reporting and all of that through the, what they call it, the TIRC, the Tax Incentive Review Council. So we have a seat on that. We meet annually or whatever. So this project would be a 30% for 3 years. That's commensurate with the level of investment in jobs. We kind of look at where we've been over the last 8 to 10 to 12 years on different projects and try to benchmark that, and that was where this ended up. So, the expected value of this abatement is about $20,000 over 3 years total. It's a, probably about $6,000, $7,000 a year, but it helps them absorb, inflation, additional building costs and all that. So I think it's a good project. It's a local business and they're investing, and really a success story in that regard, so appreciate your support in that.
Mr. Logue, anything?
No.
Mr. Dills?
All good.
All right. In that case, Mr. Logue, I would like a motion to adopt Resolution 2024-29.
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Campbell, roll call, please.
Mr. Logue,
Yes.
Mr. Dills,
Yes.
Mr. Becker,
Yes.
motion carries.
Mr. Wright, tell us about Resolution 2024-30.
Yep.
Having to do with surplus through,
Gov
sale
deals.
of the surplus through Gov deals.
Yep, so another housekeeping item. So we were looking at various items and auctioning things, and, typically we've gone through the city of Cincinnati on that, but talking to our law director's office, many of his other communities use Gov deals. We've looked at it, I can't remember a time when we've sold it, but, when we actually looked at the MOU, we can save a little bit through using Gov deals. It is a well-known auction site. I'll get on there and look at stuff all the time, or whatever, and it's just another opportunity for us to dispose of our equipment and to get that word out, other than, just it's down at the garage and show up on Tuesday or whatever, in Cincinnati. So I think it's an internet-based platform, and this would give us the approval to execute the MOU, so.
What's the URL for that, do you know? Is it like govdeals.gov or something?
I think it's govdeals.com.
It is.
Govdeals.com?
Yeah.
All right, good to know. Okay, Mr. Logan, anything? Mr.
I
Dills?
think it's awesome to get on there. They definitely reduce our fees and make us be a seamless operator where we can sell a number of different pieces of equipment. So great, get on it. Thank you.
Good, all right. In that case, Mr. Logue, I would like a motion to adopt Resolution 2024-30.
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Campbell, roll call, please.
Mr. Logue,
Yes.
Mr. Dills,
Yes.
Mr. Becker.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Mr. Wright, tell us about Resolution 2024-31.
Yes.
Having to do with the personnel manual.
So this is a resolution amending the Union Township Personnel Policy Manual. So if you think back to February, we did some, what I would call significant meat and potatoes amendments to the manual with regard to leave and those kind of things. But there was a broader effort to sort of revamp and review our personnel manual, do a comprehensive rewrite of that. And I really want to give credit to Mr. Campbell's office and Cindy White and Shelley Cobb for their work in going through this thing line by line. And then also Beverly Meyer, who is our employment specialist breaker, helping us with that. So the version you have before you this evening incorporates all the amendments from February, plus a couple of other items, and just kind of amendments throughout that are really best practices based on, the attorney, how, our review of how we're operating, how are we actually conducting business, and aligning the policy to where it matches that. So really a comprehensive rewrite, and I commend everybody who, had a hand in getting this to where we are, so.
Very good. Mr. Logue, any thoughts?
None.
Mr.
Thank you.
Dills?
It's excellent, much needed, so it's going good.
Guys, I was out of town this weekend on vacation, and I read through the entire manual. Was it 60-something pages or something? Kind of wasn't real exciting, but it all looked good. Didn't find any problems in there. Mr. Logue, I would like a motion, if you would, to adopt Resolution 2024-31.
One second, Mr. Wright.
Yes, sir.
This is the first formal update since what, 2006, right?
2014 was the last
Yeah, okay, that's right,
significant
14.
policy update that we put in. It was
right.
personal information
Okay.
systems and stuff like that.
Yeah, no, definitely something has been time coming, and I've one that's been very interested in seeing this happen. So thank you so much for executing that, get it done. So moved on the motion.
Second?
Mr. Campbell, roll call, please.
Mr. Logue,
Yes.
Mr. Dills,
Yes.
Mr. Becker.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Mr. Wright, tell us about 2024-32, having to do with a TIF agreement.
So the next two resolutions are related to the Glen Estee site TIF project. And as you know, there's been a significant project over there that's stalled. Really, with that agreement, the bulk of that agreement, the schools are really the negotiating party. We executed a cooperative agreement with the schools in 2015. And so Initially, we put the TIF on the Glen Estee East TIF, the Glen Estee West TIF. We put it on later, after we got the building off the property. The Glen Estee East TIF, unfortunately, it didn't perform for a number of factors. So really what we're doing here is we had an opportunity to work with the developer and the schools to modify the compensation on that to where the schools are essentially in a make-whole position where they would be otherwise for the TIF, and then divert revenue for a period of time to pay for expensive infrastructure. So when the developer initially ran the pro formas, interest rates were 3.5%, 4%. They're 10% now, and it's 60, 70% more expensive. So what this does is this allows for the project to be incentivized to get that component out of the ground because it's such a prominent piece of the parcel, in addition to the other projects that are coming online, so that we can get that project to perform. This resolution simply authorizes us to amend the to basically execute a tax incentive agreement with the developer, and then also amend the cooperative agreement with the schools. And I would note the schools have already adopted this and approved this. So we're just basically following suit, so.
All right, Mr. Lowe?
Yeah, Mr. Wright, thank you. Look, last month I was talking about different times when we look at different TIF agreements in the future, and being able to bring the schools to the table to make a better deal for the economic environment overall. And it sounds like this is something you've already executed on day one here with this, with re-engaging this TIF agreement, updating it, rebaselining it, but also having them be more of a partner in this. So thanks for working on that and bringing them to the table. So.
All right, Mr. Dillon?
All good, makes sense.
All right. Mr. Logue, I would like a motion to adopt Resolution 2024-32.
So moved.
Second?
Mr. Campbell, roll call, please.
Mr. Logue,
Yes.
Mr. Dills,
Yes.
Mr. Becker,
Yes.
motion carries.
Mr. Wright, looks like you kind of already talked about this one, but 2024-33, the Glen Estee East TIF.
So the other part of this deal is that in addition to what you just authorized, which has a defined term limit, developer incentive, and then all of that, this actually extends the Glen Estee East TIF an additional 30 years, because when we adopted the TIF, that was not available to us. We now have that available. So what this does is this extends the baseline for the TIF out an additional 30 years beyond its expiration. And because the TIF did not perform well from 2015 to 2023, it allows us in the cooperative agreement to extend the mechanism of the cooperative agreement, which is the full direction of the compensation, an additional 8 years. So essentially, what we've done is taken the clock and moved it forward 8 years, because we have the ability to do that with the extension of the TIF, the 5709 73B TIF. So that's what this does. This actually extends it. So.
All right. Mr. Logue? Mr. Dills?
No, we're good.
Okay. Mr. Logue, I'd like a motion to adopt Resolution 2024-33.
So moved.
Second?
Mr. Campbell, roll call, please.
Mr. Logue,
Yes.
Mr. Dills,
Yes.
Mr. Becker,
Yes.
motion carries.
Mr. Wright, tell us about 2024-32, having to do with natural gas aggregation.
Yeah, 2024-34, this is another housekeeping item. Our current aggregation contract expires later this year, so we need to be out there pricing that. This just gives me authorization to execute. You know, our current rate was not ideal because of the timing of that. This gives me the ability to execute a contract at any accepted aggregation rate below Duke's current gas cost recovery at the time of execution. So really what we're going to do is we're going to work with our consultant energy alliances, try and look at that pricing. We're only going to do we have a 24-month from the date of the authorization, but I think we're only going to do a 12-month term, because what's happening is the prices go up, you know, because of unpredictability in the market or whatever. So we're going to try and time that. We never really beat the market, but I think Duke's cost is in the 4s or something right now. So we're going to look to try and lock in. You know, it's either in the 5s or 4s. We'll lock in below that. So now I can't predict that, you know, the bottom's going to fall out of the gas market, and But the nice thing about our opt-out program, or our opt-in, or our opt-out program, customers can come and leave freely in the aggregation program with no termination fees whatsoever. So it's literally, you make a phone call, you can call me, you can call Mark, we'll hook you up with Energy Alliances. I'll sit on the phone and walk through with people to get in or out of the program. It's that simple, so.
Mr. Logue, anything?
No?
Mr. Dillon? Good. Yeah, my only thought on that is, our aggregation rate on gas is horrible. At the time when it first implemented, it was competitive. Gas prices have really plummeted over the last couple of years and are down substantially right now. So, yes, locking into something. And also, I guess to continue with what Mr. Wright was saying, this really serves as a good backstop for the public. That if you were to get a variable rate, or you get into a fixed rate that expires and then the rates go up substantially, you can always get into the aggregation program. So it's whichever deal is better for you. And it's a great program that the township offers. With that, Mr. Logue, I would like a motion to adopt Resolution 2024-34.
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Campbell, roll call, please.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Mr. Wright, tell us about the 2024-35 having to do with the various capital improvement projects.
So this is an ARPA resolution, so again, you saw the purchase orders, trying to direct those into projects that are, in support of continuing operations. If you remember, we had a presentation on the status of the ARPA money. I was talking to Mr. Taylor. We do have that $100-ish thousand coming back in from ODNR through the pickleball courts, so that's going to backstop that. If you look at the cash position, and then we have remaining, or no, that was for the playground. That was for the playground. I'm sorry. Was that for the playground? And then we got a little bit of money left over from the pickleball courts. So this will be about 120-something thousand out of that. This is the veterans pickleball courts plus the equipment for the new netting system, and then the basketball court, sport court, ceiling coating, and all that. So that really wraps that up. I think that if we looked, we may have right around 100, Mr. Campbell, right around 100,000 plus or minus. But once we get these funds encumbered and we get the grants receipted in, we'll have a good read on what we have left over. So appreciate your support in that.
So it's another best practice from our law director, that we write a resolution on our intended uses of the ARPA, SLFR money. And that's the other reason that we do this.
Makes sense.
And just to note, we have to have these funds encumbered before December 31st of this year.
December 31st of this year, correct.
Well, let's encumber. Mr. Logue?
Good thought from our law director. So moved. I've got no other comments.
Mr. Dills, okay.
Good. So moved.
In that case, I would like a motion to adopt Resolution 2024-35.
So moved.
Second.
I just had one last comment. So when I was looking at the pickleball courts over Veterans Park, there was a request for windscreens. So, Mr. Wright, those are in the works? We're going to do windscreens over there?
Those will be a separate purchase. We will order those.
At some point?
At some point,
So
yes.
they're in the pipeline.
Yep. Well,
All right.
Mr. Taylor's priced them out now.
Very good. Okay, Mr. Campbell, roll call, please.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, Mr. Wright, tell us about Resolution 2024-36 having to do with some nuisance properties.
Yep, so again, kudos to the zoning department, Mr. McCormick and Mr. Berkey. Mr. Berkey had a ton of these, and he knocked this down to 5. 5 total. So these are the worst of the worst, and 5 properties. Marjorie, 550 Marjorie, 797 Oaks, 4067 Glen Estee, 4331 Icolts, and 5147 Romar. Pictures have been attached. This gives us the ability to assess the damages, or the abatement costs. Some of them are garbage and debris, some of them are high vegetation, some of them are both. So we do recoup these if we have to make entry. So this has been something we've been doing since 2008. So unfortunately, standard protocol for the warm weather season.
I understand. Mr. Logan?
Oh.
Mr. Dills?
All good.
All right. Yeah, I drove by each of these properties and, today and concur. So, Mr. Logue, I would like a motion to adopt Resolution 2024-36 as described by Mr. Right. Sure, go ahead.
Is there anything, Mr. Wright, is there anything we gotta do for?
I'm at 550 Marjorie.
550 Marjorie.
Hold on, give me 1 second, sir. So we have to make a motion to accept it for him to talk and speak.
Okay.
So.
Would you like to make a motion?
Very
that,
so
moved. And then would you like a second that? Mr. Campbell, roll call?
For him to speak.
Well, we'll open it up for comment.
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, opening up for comment. If you stand at the podium, sir, and then that way you'll be on the record, on the microphone, on the recording, and we need your name and address for the record, please. Yeah, that's fine, too.
We still gotta vote on it. Mr. Chairman, you're gonna roll call real quick to vote on it?
Roll call to vote on opening for discussion.
I can't hear you. You will have to speak up.
We did vote to let him speak.
We did not.
We did
No,
not.
no.
We did not vote.
We've got a motion and a
We
second.
have a motion,
on the
second.
floor right now.
No
I'm
discussion
sorry.
and no vote.
My oversight. Roll call, please, Mr. Campbell.
This is for the nuisance, to approve the nuisance
This is
resolution
to-
No, this is to allow them to
2024-36.
speak.
This is to allow them to speak.
This is to open up public comment.
The motion to open public comment to hear public comment on this one
We've got
house.
a motion and a second open on the floor right now for 2024-36.
Okay, so,
I'll make a motion to rescind that.
Is that how we do that,
or we
Mr. Campbell?
table
You
it
just
to,
second.
yeah, I second it.
Okay. Then, Ms. Campbell, roll call on rescinding the prior motion to approve 2024-36.
Mr. Logue,
So moved.
Mr. Dills,
Yes.
Mr. Becker.
Yes.
All right.
Motion carries.
Now open
Okay.
up public comments.
So then we need, then we need a motion, and a second to reopen public comment. Is that right?
Correct.
Open public comment for, yeah, if you want to do it specifically to this case, I think that's what I would guide, because
Yes,
I don't want to personally set the precedent that we just open public comment anytime anyone walks
You're
up to the podium.
For this
But
resolution.
because this is a person of an affected property
You're right.
that is on, I just want to make that clear, so.
Yeah, I agree.
So, yeah, so I'll make a motion to open the public comment for, what was the address, sir?
550 Marjorie.
For 550 Marjorie Lane, Cincinnati, Ohio 45244, for the purposes of hearing from the resident.
So moved. Or second.
Okay, Mr. Campbell, roll call, please.
Mr. Logue,
Yes.
Mr. Dills,
Yes.
Mr. Becker,
Yes.
motion carries.
All right.
Okay, name and address for the record, please.
My name's Jeff Nunn, 550 Marjorie Lane. It's my mother, Louise Wilson, same address, 550 Marjorie.
You have the floor. Go ahead.
I have got it done, I've cleaned it up, and I got pictures to show you. I worked on it till 5:30, so, today, but I did,
Okay.
I don't know who I would show the pictures to.
Well, so what would happen, and this is common, that people will take care of whatever the offense was,
Right.
you know, after we vote on it, and it's routine. So what happened is then our inspector would go out and take a look at it,
Okay.
because you told him that take care of, he'll take a look at it, and then you're taken care of.
Okay, I just wanted to make, I've dealt with your, Scott Berkey. He's been over backwards for me, I will say that,
good.
even though this is going on and I'm here.
Okay.
He's done all he could do, I mean,
All right.
I
Well, we
just wanna.
appreciate your concern,
You know,
and
'cause he-
getting it taken care of.
Anyway, I am done with the front. I have a little bit in the back. It's just, I've got some fence, privacy fence I'm gonna put up, but it's just stacked up back there. And there are some other things, but they should be out by Sunday night, so
That's great.
that's, I guess, what I wanted to tell you and see if we could, see what I need to do or.
But you're doing all the right things. Keep
Okay.
working with Mr. Berkey, and it sounds like you guys are on the right path to get it
Right.
taken care of. I think you're gonna be fine.
Well, he explained this would happen today. He said they'll vote on it and, pass it, the abatement, I guess. He said I would probably have around 2 weeks, and if it's not done, then they come in and take care of it. So but I'm safe at this point to work with it, okay.
Yeah, you're
All
just
right.
doing your due diligence, I hear you.
Exactly.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Yeah, no, thank you.
Well, again, I was just want to kudos to Scott Berge, because he tried his best to work with me, and, you know, he done all he could do, so I just appreciate it.
Well, you're a great son honoring your mother and taking care of that for her.
Absolutely.
All
Okay,
right.
I guess that's all I have for tonight.
Great, all right, thank you all very much.
Thanks for hearing me.
Okay, do we need a motion to close?
Any questions anyone has? No? Good?
No, we'll just, when we go to make the motion, let's just exclude this
You wanna
specific
amend it?
address, and then,
Yeah.
and then we'll let Mr. Berkey do his job, so.
Yeah, he can,
Actually, what we would do is leave it in, and then
he'll go back out.
he goes back
2
out
weeks.
after the 27th, and if they need more time, we just give them more time.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect, so it's good.
Mr. Berger will continue to work
Yep,
with you
you're good.
if there's
You're
any
good,
issue.
perfect.
Yeah.
Thank-
Doesn't
you
sound like
guys,
there's
we're-
any
we're-
issue.
We're not in the business of,
I
yeah,
know, I
you're good,
realize that.
you're good,
I-
no
I
worries.
appreciate it. Thank
Yep.
you very much.
Thank you. No, appreciate it.
So we'll close public discussion, and then.
Okay, motion to close the public discussion on this property.
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Campbell?
Roll call, Mr. Logue,
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, it was nice you let them speak in the middle of the meeting. So, nice.
Appreciate you getting me straight down on the motions and such. I tend to sometimes just get ahead of myself. Okay, so I think we're back to then a motion to adopt Resolution 2024-36 as described by Mr. Wright.
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Campbell, roll call, please.
Mr. Logue,
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, sounds like we're back on track.
All right.
And the last of these is going to be Resolution 2024-37. Mr. Wright, tell us about the ODNR H2 Ohio Wetland Grant.
So this is the last step in perfecting the application process. We actually had to file the Dropbox paperwork last week, but it's not perfected until we get the authorizing legislation. This is the H2O Ohio Wetland Grant Program. I look at this as basically our best shot to be able to decommission the Glen Willow Dam, provide a water quality benefit for the township, which this is tributary to a headwater stream, and do a stream restoration project, and then also reserve a little bit over 3 acres out of that for future development. We're requesting $854,000 in ODNR money with 0% local match, and key in the legislation is that the funding application seeks 100% grant funding, and that any local match funding contribution requires further authorization from the board. So it's not uncommon for ODNR to come back and say, you know, we'll fund. They don't have an established threshold on this, so it's really discretionary. So they could come back and say, we really like your project, but we're only going to fund 75%. I would come back to you for the grant authorization on that. So anyway, this gives us a chance at almost $1 million and to do something positive and productive with the property, so.
There you go. All right, Mr. Logue, anything?
No, I think it's a wonderful idea, and I hope that we can turn that vision into execution and make something valuable with that piece of property right there. I definitely believe we can.
Mr. Dillon?
Good.
All right. Mr. Logue, I'd like a motion to adopt 2024-37.
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Campbell, roll call, please.
Mr. Logue,
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Mr. Becker?
Yes. Which brings us to comments from board members. Mr. Logue, any comments?
Yeah, just a couple here. We've hit on some awesome highlights tonight about just community engagement, involvement all the way around. I want to reference just a couple things here. One, I don't see or I don't know of a community board anywhere. I think we should definitely, and if you guys correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't see like a community board out here, or something where community members can post something. Like, I know that Loveland City Hall, Corey, correct me, don't they have like a board that's right on the back side of the building there, right by the parking lot?
We have 2 boards. We got one on
And then
either
there's one in the park,
vestibule.
right?
Yeah, so we had 2 boards in City Hall, and then I can't remember if we had one at the parks or not, honestly, but we have 2.
There's one at the park by the bathroom facility.
Yeah, there might be.
And they have like concert schedules and stuff posted up there. But it's a place where people in the community know to go to like post something or take a look, or they want to see upcoming events. And I think we should definitely find an area to do a community board, a really simple project, but a great way to connect our community. Mr. Dills, I see you thinking on it.
It should already be done. Well said. I know exactly what you're talking about. I was just in love with them 2 weeks ago, and I saw that, I'm like, that was really cool, I liked it. Now, they had it in a glass container, it's locked, so you can't, whatever.
Probably not as
But,
random to post stuff, but you could drop things off.
Yeah,
probably
I
have a
don't
little
think
bit
I'm
of
in favor
process.
of the random post, because I don't want businesses sticking their business cards
Yeah.
and stuff like that, and then people putting.
Community standards.
But I like the idea, because everyone goes to the park, well, a lot of people go to the park, and I like the idea where there's a lot of foot traffic to have a community board, I love it, great idea, should be done, so, well said.
Thank you,
Yeah.
thank you. All right. So we'll trust the team to execute on that and look at a couple places to deploy some type of activity around that. So I'm not hard pressed on timeline, Mr. Wright. I know we got a lot of huge, awesome projects out there, but I'm sure Lisa will pick up with that. Another aspect around community, I'd like for us to look, gentlemen, at honoring our community history. And part of that leads me to think of this, like past board members and things too. You walk in this building, and Trustee McGraw joined us tonight, former trustee, and there's nothing out there that recognizes his years of service to the community. Just like we recognize years of service for our employees, I think that we should look at, research some projects to maybe do, I'm just thinking like little plaques that's got, name and year that someone served. I couldn't tell you who served, before, Arthur Wiedenbein. It might be nice to just have some community history and have an idea to know. And on that front, I know that Ohio Revised Code is authorizing Ohio townships to be able to establish, I don't want us to get overly heavy on boards, but history boards, maybe it's something our community would be interested in. So I think a little bit of research around a couple areas there. But I think an easy thing is like a plaque wall or something of that sense. I think it might be a respectful thing to do. I'm happy to hear you guys' thoughts or ideas.
Sounds good to me.
Commissioners do it, I
Dills?
don't have a problem with it, I like it. It's not too much work for Matt and his team, sure, I like it. Yeah, it's a good way to honor it.
Awesome. I'm basically just saying research it, find out the good, the bad. And then the other thing, and get feedback from the community. Then the other thing, last thing here, I'm going to tell you, gentlemen, I had this thought sitting here tonight looking at the beautiful Union Township simple logo that is up there instead of the click share, which is a really nice update to just kind of professionalize the presentation up here. And as I'm sitting there looking at it, I want you guys to look at that tree for a second. If we're going to maintain that as our logo and keep it and just keep that, let's embrace it. And here's an opportunity in which we can. I'm going to ask that we let Lisa research into this idea. I've messaged with her. She loves this idea already, so I'll make my sell much easier now. We have Kingdom Productions here in the township, that local community business that makes like entertainment attractions all over the world. Like they do the jungle theme for the Bengals, they do all this stuff. What if we had some research with them on them producing a hands-on interactive tree modeled after basically our tree, our logo, for children to climb on and play with at the park. Because what it would do would be a very unique destination that people will travel to our community because if it occupies their kids' time and be very unique. I mean, we're gonna have people coming in and out of our community, and it's gonna be something that's really kind of prideful in our community, and I think would really reap a lot of great benefits from highlighting local business, but also embracing a logo that represents us.
All right. Anything else?
That's it.
Okay, Mr. Dills.
You got any thoughts on that one, Mr. Dills?
I don't like our logo, so.
I was thinking the
I don't
same thing you
like
were.
it.
Maybe we should
I'm cool with
consider a
the
new
tree.
logo.
I just don't like the logo.
Well, maybe it'd be a reflection of history. Can we ask her to research on it, and if we actually deployed something like that? I have no idea on, because they have an incredible facility out there, but if we actually deployed something on it, then it'd be like a historic tree, right? But I can just see an interaction that kids
I
would
see where you're
love.
getting at.
Yeah.
I see what you're getting at.
Yeah.
But as far as the logo, I want to get a
The
brewery-
revamp
I
still.
want to get a brewery restaurant in here. I want to get Veterans Park updated. I want to, get our door rocking and rolling. So that's literally last on my priority list, but I don't like the logo. Never have, never will. I don't like it. It's too plain. So I've had it forever, as far as I can remember. But that's just my opinion of it. But
Well, maybe, yeah, we keep that in mind, though, if it's a
But I see what you're saying.
interactive, yeah, I'm talking about, when people build different community centers, they have, the amphitheater, like we have that, right? And it's like the kids running up and down that hill. What if we had like some climb-on physical tree, right? Like something unique. Maybe that's the location versus one of the parks where the playgrounds are. I don't know. But I'm just saying, let the team have some runway to research it a little bit, come back and surprise us with something exciting. Or
That's good.
maybe it's a great idea, maybe it's not, but we'll find out.
that's good.
All right.
Mr. Dills?
Friday, Flag Day. Our county auditor, Ms. Fraley, is putting on a big thing at the hangar out at the airport, Claremont County Airport. And it's 5:30 to 7, I think, so it does kind of overlap with our concerts this Friday as well, but I just wanted to make that known. I think that's it. I'll keep it short and simple this time. That's all I got.
Okay, there's been a lot of talk about the Outback Steakhouse, people looking forward to when it's going to open, and Mr. Wright did announce it was open. What's that?
Did you eat there yet?
Mr. Wright and I had lunch at Outback.
Made a project.
And I got nothing but great things to say. It was good food, good service, everybody's happy. Yes, I highly recommend Outback Steakhouse. Hey, and this weekend, unfortunately, I was out of town. I was in North Carolina, so I missed the farmer's market, I missed the concert, but I saw the photos online that Miss Art put out there, and it's like that crowd at the concert, that had been one of the biggest we've ever had.
Biggest we've ever had.
Yeah, it's like, wow. So, and hearing good things about the farmer's market, it was, unfortunately, I missed it being out of town, but it wasn't avoidable. So, yeah, I'll be here this coming weekend to see it all again. Hopefully we'll have the same big crowds again. All right, so let's move on. Okay, so for the people in the audience here, I've got a list, I got 14 items that I'm going to read off for upcoming events. After that, we're going to go into an executive session, and prior to executive session, I got a full page of legal verbiage to read off for that. So we're going to be here for a while, just so we can get out of here, and then we'll be, so you guys, hey, you're welcome to stay, whatever you want to do, just tell me what's going on.
So Mr. Becker is going to be reading the next 20
I'm going to
minutes.
be, yes, I'm going to be doing a monologue here for a while. Upcoming events, no, let's see, the first of 14. Well, before I get into that, utclaremont.gov, Mr. Wright, is that our new URL?
Yes, I neglected to mention that. So we were able to get the .gov. We went through multiple iterations. It was a real learning experience for me that, you have to be unique and also geographically distinct. And so we ended up with utclaremont.gov. It will be seamless to the township. Kudos to the IT department. The old website will redirect to this automatically. The email will redirect automatically, and then we'll just start slowly. As we burn off business cards, we just order with the new, and it's really just a normal operating expense and minimal cost. So I'm really proud of our IT staff for pushing that ahead. Lieutenant Blankenship and Brandon Miller really getting into the weeds on that, so.
Will that be our new email as well?
Yeah, it's your new domain, that's what it is.
Perfect. Love it.
So-
Love it.
That's effective tomorrow?
It's gonna go live tomorrow, is what Blankenship tells me.
So utclaremont.gov.
That's what it's gonna go live
So
tomorrow.
much better than union-township.
Oh, you're not kidding.
.oh.
You're actually gonna be able to say your email to somebody.
Jiminy Christmas. So, good call, Mr. Becker, for bringing that up.
Okay, so the first of 14 items here. The Parks and Recreation Commission meeting will be held on Wednesday, June 12th at 5 p.m. here at the Civic Center. Number 2, the Zoning Commission will meet on Wednesday, June 26th at 7 p.m. The third item, the Board of Zoning Appeals will meet July 2nd at 7 p.m. Number 4, let's see, the Trustees' regular business meeting will be Tuesday, July the 9th at 6 p.m. Number 5, the Union Township Farmers Market takes place each Friday. It started this past Friday, will continue through September. That's from 4 to 7. The market will not occur on the 4th of July weekend or the Labor Day weekend. Number 6, Friday, June the 14th will be the summer concert series. Will be the Kevin McCoy Band will be in the amphitheater again with the food trucks. Beverages will be available beginning at 6:30. The concert starts at 7. The Saturday, June 29th, the Madcap Puppets performance featuring Down on the Funny Farm at the Civic Center Amphitheater beginning at 10:30 a.m. Number 8, the police department will staff the crime prevention trailer at the St. Veronica Festival on Friday, June 21st through Sunday, June 23rd. Also, the police department will be staffing the crime prevention trailer at the St. Thomas More Festival Friday, July 12th through Sunday, July 14th. Let's see, number 10, we got the another concert, the Second Wind. This is July 19th. The Second Wind Band at the amphitheater. Food trucks, again, available at 6:30. The concert starts at 7. Then on Friday the 26th, we have the Tom the Torpedoes. That's the Tom Petty music. And that will be at the amphitheater. Again, the food trucks at 6:30. The concert starts at 7. And of course, these all being on Friday. You got the the farmers market going on, from what 4 to 6 or something like that. Saturday, July 27th, you get the Madcap Puppets performance featuring Annie Oakley's Wild West Show. That actually sounds pretty good to me. That's going to be at the amphitheater beginning at 10:30 a.m. Number 13, the police department will begin accepting applications for the Junior Police Academy in late July. And you can contact Lieutenant Combs via email, and his email address is, I can give you 2 of them now, rcombs@union-township.oh.us or rcombs@utclaremont.gov. Number 14, applications are now being accepted for the 19th Annual Citizens Police Academy beginning in August. This program occurs on Tuesday evenings from 6 to 9. Please email Sergeant Wilson at cwilson@uniontownship.oh.us or cwilson@utclaremont.gov. And I highly recommend the Citizens Police Academy. It is awesome. All right, that's the events. Now I have a page to read for going into executive session. And I'm going to ask for a motion to do this when we get to the bottom here. So it'd be an executive session pursuant to Ohio Revised Code, Section 121.22G as follows. Number 1, to consider the purchase of property for public purposes, the sale of property at competitive bidding, or the sale of other disposition of unneeded, obsolete, or unfit for use property in accordance with Section 505.10 of the Ohio Revised Code, if premature disclosure of information would give an unfair competitive or bargaining advantage to a person whose personal private interest is adverse to the general public interest pursuant to Ohio Revised Code Section 121.22G2, number 2 here. Preparing for conducting or reviewing negotiations or bargaining sessions with public employees concerning their compensation or other terms and conditions of their employment pursuant to Ohio Revised Code Section 121.22G4. And the third item, well, this one's my favorite. It's got the A and the B to it. To consider confidential information related to the marketing plan, specific business strategy, production techniques, trade secrets, or personal financial statements of an applicant for economic development assistance, or to negotiations with other political subdivisions respecting requests for economic development assistance, provided that both of the following conditions apply. This is an A and a B. A, the information is directly related to a request for economic development assistance that is to be provided or administered under any provision of Chapter 715, 725, 1724 or 1728, or Section 70107, 3735.67 to 3735.70, 5709.40 to 5709.43, 5709.61 to 5709.69, 5709.73 to 5709.75, or 5709.77 to 5709.81 of the Ohio Revised Code, or that involves public infrastructure improvements or the extension of utility services that are directly related to an economic development project, and B, a unanimous quorum of the public body determines by a roll call vote that the executive session is necessary to protect the interests of the applicant or the possible investment or expenditure of public funds to be made in connection with the economic development project pursuant to Ohio Revised Code, Section 121.22G8. All right, did I screw up anything in any of that?
No, I think.
That sounds good. I want to, so you're asking me to make the motion, and I'm gonna make the motion, though, to amend it and include G1. So appropriately, I can read that off with the amendment, right?
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Yeah, please
So, so moved with the motion and amending to add G1, to consider the appointment, employment, dismissal, discipline, promotion, demotion, or compensation of public employee or official, or the investigation of charges or complaints against a public employee, official, licensee, or regulated individual, unless the public employee, official, licensee, or regulated individual requests a public hearing. Except as otherwise provided by law, no public body shall hold an executive session for the discipline of elected official, for conduct related to the performance of elected officials' duties, or for the elected officials removed from office if public body holds an executive session pursuant to divisions G1 of this section. The motion and vote to hold that executive session shall state which one or more of the approved purposes listed in Division G1 of this section are purposes for which the executive session is to be held, but not need to be included the name of any person to be considered at the meeting. That's the motion.
That's the motion. Is there a second?
I like your reading better. Second.
I'm offended. Mr. Campbell, roll call, please.
Mr. Luke,
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
We're into executive session at 8:28 PM.
I'm offended.
Thanks.
Justin, you ready?
Thumbs up, go.
All right, sounds like we're good. Okay, Mr. Logue, I would like a motion to come out of executive session with no action taken.
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Campbell, roll call, please.
Mr. Logue,
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
We're out of executive session with no action taken at 10:18 PM.
Mr. Logue, I would like a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Campbell, roll call, please.
Mr. Logue,
Yes.
Mr. Dills,
Yes.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
We're adjourned at 10:18 PM.
Thanks, John.
Good meeting, gentlemen.